LoveLore Library. Chapter 253. Yijiosa stepped out of the toilet. He was hugged by Olivia, who rushed over like a cannonball. The child seemed to be frightened. He cried until he was out of breath, and the moment he opened his mouth, he said, "Big sister, bad news. Brother Illumi was taken away by a man." Seriously. This sentence was the same as eldest senior brother, bad news, master and third junior brother were both captured by demons. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. It scared Yijiosa so much that he shivered. He thought that he had transmigrated to the set of Journey to the West after going to the toilet. However, Illumi was taken away by a man. By a man. Yijiosa rubbed his chin. He felt that instead of worrying about Illumi, he should worry about the unlucky man who had taken Illumi. After all, there was a knife on top of the word lust under Illumi's disguise as a beauty. There was a real brother Condor hidden. Moreover, with Illumi's extremely amazing skills, if he didn't volunteer, who could forcefully take him away? In conclusion, the so-called Illumi was taken away by a man incident. There was no need to worry at all. When he had enough fun, he would come back. Even if there really was an accident. The dishes that were ordered were about to be served. How could he save someone if he didn't eat his fill? Yijiosa sat on the seat with Olivia in his arms. He comforted, "Don't worry, your brother will be back soon, we just need to eat and wait." Look, if your brother was really taken away, the surrounding diners wouldn't be so calm. They would have called the police long ago. But. Olivia sniffled. That man suddenly appeared and grabbed Big Brother's neck. Then, the two of them disappeared. They disappeared so quickly that Olivia couldn't even see the face of the Snow-White man clearly. She only knew that Illumi, who had always been expressionless, revealed a rare look of astonishment. She didn't even have the time to transform her claws before she disappeared. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air, leaving only the warmth of the seat. Suddenly appearing, grabbing the neck. Yijiosa was a little distressed. He scratched his hair and said, "I'm a little worried." Illumi was a valiant killer. Since the throat was the human body's weak point, he naturally knew how to protect it. However, even though Illumi had trained himself to avoid danger, he still wasn't able to dodge Seiji's attack. It could only be said that Seiji was indeed stronger than him. "Forget it, I probably won't be able to finish this meal." Yijiosa put a few large denominations of money and tips on the table, then dragged his family and dog away. Unfortunately, they could not find Illumi even after searching the area twice. His aura had also dissipated in the wind. Things were getting serious. Helpless, Yijiosa could only ask Olivia, "I'm sorry, Olivia. This is an emergency, why don't you bring out Nigeria? We can only ask her to send us to Illumi." Order. Olivia twisted her skirt, looked up at Yijiosa, and said, directly, "Order me. I don't want to force you." Olivia and Nanaga shared the same body, and their friendship since they were young made him understand the rules of making a wish to Nanaga better than anyone else. Nanaga personally made a request to someone, which was the lowest difficulty level. Usually, it was a kiss, a hug, or a lift, which was harmless. If he forced someone, the difficulty level would be higher, and the requirements would be more stringent. A slight mistake could cause a large-scale bloodshed. But what about Qi? Qi. Chang Wei Yusu. Fong Jia Che Chin. Zhong Tofu Mujian. Sway skipping a request and forced and directly giving an order could only be done by someone approved by both Olivia and Nanaga. However, although orders were convenient, they were very costly. After completing an order, Nanaga's forced request would follow, and the difficulty level would increase. Olivia only mentioned the convenience of orders, but did not mention the consequences of orders. However, Yijiosa had suffered at the hands of Kudo, so he had learned his lesson. He no longer believed that there was a free lunch in the world. Tell me, Aluja, what are the consequences of orders? Yijiosa squatted down and stared at him. The cost and the reward are equal. There's no such thing as taking advantage of others. Aluja pinched the corner of his shirt and bit his lower lip. After orders, comes forced. Oh, it jumped straight to the hellish difficulty of the heart, liver, spleen, and kidney. Yijiosa understood. He then got up and touched Aluja's head. You told me that you didn't want to force me. But you also told me that you wanted me to give an order. It's very contradictory. Then, Aluja, who do you want to impose the forced after orders on? Aluja wanted Aluja to enjoy the convenience of orders, but let others bear the consequences of forcing. If Aluja fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it would only cause a disaster for the entire world. Fortunately, he discovered him early, before Aluja's view of right and wrong was set. Aluja's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes filled with tears. I want to save Big Brother, but I don't want to hurt you. I just. Then after I've commanded you, can you force on me? No. Aluja shouted. No. After spending a few months together, they had finally pried open Aluja's sealed heart. But I don't want Aluja to hurt innocent people. Yijiosa sighed. Even if it's for me and Illumi. I'm very happy that you've learned to think about me and Illumi. You should know that Aluja could only think of Kiyoshi before this. Meridian. Coin poison mist. Coward. Tea. Muay. Dark. Silkworm M. How could the handsome man be as startled as Hui Yen? You want to blow enzymes. Dui Bao was stunned. Don't hurt others just because they have nothing to do with us. Yijiosa rubbed his head. Aluja, don't ever try to open Pandora's box for the first time. Because if you open it the first time, you'll feel guilty. If you open it the second time, you'll feel sad. If you open it the third time, you'll be numb. After the third time, you'll fall. Yeah. A weak voice sounded. Aluja looked up at Yijiosa timidly. But Big Brother. It'll be fine, Yijiosa said with certainty. Because I'm here. It didn't matter if Illumi was crippled, because he had Snow Return. It didn't matter if Illumi was killed, because he had Heartstring. It didn't matter if Illumi was chopped into pieces, because when he found Saishomaru, Tianxing Fong would be back. If even this didn't work, he would bring Grandpa Banshee and Aizen to the underworld. As soon as Yijiosa finished his heroic speech, fate gave him a stage to perform. According to the saying, God teammates often die because of useless teammates who talk too much. After Yijiosa finished talking, the wind carried the scent of Illumi's blood. The golden retriever rushed out in an instant, and the Labrador followed closely. It wasn't that they were worried about Illumi's safety, but Gilgamesh was used to Illumi's meticulous care and didn't want to lose such a considerate servant for the time being. As for Kulolo, he just wanted to watch the show and satisfy his curiosity. They rushed into the forest and advanced into the depths of the forest at an extremely fast speed. Before long, they came to the side of a sparkling lake. Then, they saw dried salted fish lying on the ground. 4/5 of Illumi was dead, and 3/4 of Ki. Lainan. A young man with light blonde hair was fishing with a fishing rod, and a man with long silver hair waved his hand and put away his long whip. The blonde boy turned his head, and his dead fish eyes were filled with light that said, "Run," while the white-haired man turned his body sideways, and his icy face was filled with the message, "You're courting death." There were 3 corpses and a golden light bulb on the exterior, and the background music of Aluja shouting, "Brother, don't die," at the top of his lungs. Then, there were Hollywood blockbuster special effects such as broken trees, desolate wind, and silly fish hooked. Yijiosa and Saishomaru stared at each other, and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if their love for each other had lasted 10,000 years. What the hell? There was no joy of reunion. Yijiosa's style changed from elegant and classic to rough and violent. God! How could you do this to them? Shocking. A dog actually did this to 3 hunters. Shocking. Reuniting by the Daming Lake, the lovers of the past turned into murderers. Was this a loss of morality or a loss of humanity? Strange stories from a Chinese studio. Once upon a time, there was a dog named Killer. With one slash, 3 people died. Saishomaru was speechless. Even though she didn't say a word, just by looking at Yijiosa's expression, he could guess that her mind was racing, the kind that couldn't stop. Yijiosa quickly arranged the UC shocking news department, today's headlines, and classical classics. However, the person in question snorted coldly, and a pair of golden eyes stared straight at him, as if waiting for him to take the initiative to step forward. Yijiosa took a step forward. Aluja burst into tears. Wah! He's dead. Brother Illumi is dead. Lying next to Illumi and pretending to be dead, Chi. Ding. Ding. Healthy rake forgive visit barium na. Zheng. So lacking address Sido overcrowding. I visit Ju Jun, who is eager to make a decision hastily. To Chi, who had grown up under the control of his big brother. Abundance. Rake forgiveness and visit Bonda. Aspire to be unsheathed. Calf nut. Mayday haiku. Vulgar gluttons are waiting for the fault to fall. Trang truanki. Difficult sigma. Tired from squatting by the side. Choppy by Jia Hui Pan Umo Chue Lang. Feel despicable. At this moment, it was strange. The snail at the Chu Yi sucks its ashes, forgetting to visit the Zhui Mao short attempt. What is it? Brokai ambition. Equals no. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe it at all. This cold, aloof, and beautiful mature woman who fit his taste was actually Illumi, who was wearing a skirt belt. So why did he risk his life to stop Saishomaru from beating him up? In order to save her from the abyss of suffering, he even helped Shao Jia. Why? I'm begging you crazy, Chi. Mist ditch stains. Juggle Chi. Radon source. Festering bones, tyrannical clump curtain, clump curtain, clump curtain. Bishi blows an acre. To visit Ju Jun however, halfway through his sentence, the narcissist's imagination ran wild. Illumi opened her eyes and stared at Chi. Chi. Muffled oars, Yana. Dong dang rake skeleton saddle, Gue. Chan wan ji. Yana nai shao. Alugia was crying when he suddenly stopped. Chi. Hydrazine frozen you drought plodding starling skeleton? You even stood in front of me to help me defend against the attack, and even sacrificed Shao Jia. Illumi nodded. It seems that compared to your so-called friends, you really value your family more. You deserve praise. You've grown up. Chi. Old skeleton. The blood and sweat he was sweating now were all water that got into his brain when he saved Illumi. Yijiosa was moved by the scene of brotherly respect and joyful and harmonious. He felt that today was a beautiful day with no clouds in the sky. It was the perfect time to meet Saishomaru in the golden wind and jade dew, which was better than countless good times in the world. It was said that a day apart was like 3 years. He and Saishomaru hadn't seen each other for a few months, but it was like waiting for 1,000 years. Yijiosa opened his arms wide, like a Su Xian who ran to buy Suzhen on the broken bridge of West Lake and shouted, "Wife." He was sprinting towards his target at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. At this moment, light and shadow intertwined, a gentle breeze blew, ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, and golden light reflected off the surface of the lake, casting a soft halo on Saishomaru's body. It was as gentle as melting ice and melting snow. Yijosa saw Saishomaru stretch his delicate eyebrows, and the corners of his lips curled up elegantly, as if he was happy that Yijosa had thrown himself into his arms. Yijosa put on his brightest smile, like a husky who had finally met a female dog after being single for 300 years. He jumped and threw himself into his sweetheart's chest. "Fu Chang, Daddy loves you." Yijosa leaped up like a tiger pouncing on its prey, drawing a beautiful parabola at a 45-degree angle, and then falling at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. Perfectly. Saishomaru, who had taken a step back, avoided him. His eyes met Fu Chang's calm gaze. Yijosa stretched out his hand, swung his arm, did a front somersault, and finally rushed into the lake in a posture with a difficulty rating of 3.2. Splash! A beautiful splash was raised, startling the rampaging piranhas. Yijosa swung his long hair, like the most beautiful lake monster under the photographer's filter, if there weren't 3 or 4 piranhas biting on his hair. Yijosa! Everyone! Ouch! Yijosa screamed, jumped out of the lake while covering his butt, ran ashore like a monkey, and hugged Saishomaru's fluffy tail. Saishomaru! Yijosa was about to cry. That's not how you play. So far, he couldn't quite keep up with Yijosa's jumpy thinking. Yijosa stretched out his hand and pulled out a fish from behind his buttocks. He then pulled out 2 fish from his hair. Then, he climbed down from the fluffy tail and jumped on the spot. After a few times, he shook off 3 more fish from his body. Yijosa seemed very sad. He sniffled, sadly pulled Saishomaru's fluffy tail, and buried his face in it, hugging it tightly. Saishomaru was a man after all. Seeing that she was showing weakness, his heart softened. He was about to write off all the old and new grudges and give her a good hug. Yijosa pulled his fluffy tail and smiled. "Tell me if you want to eat fish. There are so many ways to fish, why do you want me to go down?" As he said that, he smiled and pulled the tip of Saishomaru's tail, and forcefully threw a large ball of fluffy tail into the lake. In an instant, waves splashed everywhere, dog fur flew, and piranhas came one after another. Chapter 254. Although the piranhas had good teeth, they could not break the basic defense of the great monster. With this tail strike, he had caught dozens of fish at the cost of losing a small amount of dog fur. It could be said that he had gained a lot. Seeing that Saishomaru's paralyzed face was frozen 3 feet high, there was a hint of the azure dragon break erupting. Yijosa knew when to stop. He tactfully took out the carving transparent soap. He carefully rubbed a layer of soap on the fluffy tail. "You might not believe it, I just want to give your tail a bath." Yijosa raised a 24K silly smile. He looked extremely loyal and upright. "After all, you are a dog. What if you don't clean the lice regularly?" In the silence, Saishomaru narrowed his eyes and stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he reached out and hooked his hand around the back of her collar. Where his hand touched, his hand was wet. "Lice? Ticks?" Saishomaru sneered, "Then I'll have to trouble you to help me clean it up." As he said that, he pulled the fluffy tail and rolled up Yijosa, wrapping her like a silkworm cocoon. He walked up the mountain range without looking back. No matter how much Yijosa tried to please him, it was useless. The sound was getting further and further away. Jin spat out the dog/ass tail grass in her mouth and squatted in front of the piranhas. She took out a folding knife and neatly cut off the scales, cut open the stomach, dug out the intestines, and put away the inedible parts as bait for fishing. Shao Jia rubbed his swollen face. He came to Jin/S side to help. From time to time, he raised his head to look into the distance. Big sister will be fine, right? Saishomaru seems to be very angry. He won/T beat her up, will he? Saishomaru beat Yi-Josa up? Impossible. As a winery boss who had many mistresses for adult men, Jin really wanted to tell Shao Jia that men were generally more tolerant of their women. The so-called punishment was just a disguised form of flirting. Tisk, there's a hot spring on top of the mountain. Jin's hands did not stop moving as she stuffed wild vegetables and condiments into the fish's stomach. I guess there's no need to leave any food for them. As his simple-minded enhancer, Shao Jia was confused. Wasn't he not surprised? Paywalls. Cross-legged mourning pendants. Fan Shuo fought the mute Lai Mayan June. Busong. Reef Ka Hwai oyster soup South fight pimple. Gui. Happy gown. Data retrieval different from Shao Jia's ignorance, strange. Guanidine against rock calamity bowl. Forgive and forget the tyrant. Benevolent and forgiving. And here I thought. Strange. Brie. Sucking a spinulosa O is like smelling Huan Qi. Recovery sickness. Despicable. Fong Gui, Fong Yu. Anji's incubus. How can a dried palm tree be so pure as to support a letter? Dizzy. Mao Mao, which woman would be so unlucky to catch his eye? Then, the answer was revealed. Yi-Josa had won the prize. Chi who knew the answer. P. Poison my leap pa burglar na tong de hua. Lei nan juan. Tiao qian xian xie I he dang qian zi fin shan shi. Ash. Interrogatory. If they did not part, they would harm each other. If they parted, they would harm others. For world peace, for a better future, Qi. Guoshe Mbm. Qianhuai Fu Chio Si Ka. Pagoda tree slaying Shun. He covered his face that was hurt by Saishomaru's slap and squatted in front of the pile of fish to prepare his dinner. He saw that his scary older brother, Illumi, was typing on his cell phone, composing a text message. To long-term ATM fat sheep sisso, I met Yi-Josa's boyfriend today. I was defeated. He's very strong. Far away in a high-end Western restaurant, Sisso took off his clown costume and put down his torch. He wore a suit and flirted with the blonde girl. When he saw the text message, he almost spat out the red wine in his mouth. He barely managed to control himself and flirtatiously blew the blonde a kiss. He excused himself to go to the washroom and left the place. As soon as he stepped into the men's washroom, Sisso sent a sticky and perverted smile. He never thought that the cold Illumi would send him a text message to ask about his relationship. But it was not strange. After all, Yi-Josa was strong and beautiful. It was normal for men to pursue her. But compared to Yi-Josa, Sisso was obviously more interested in the boyfriend mentioned in Illumi's text message. A man who could defeat Illumi really excited him to the core. For example, Yi-Josa, Aizen, Illumi, Koluo, and the boyfriend. He wanted to kill them and taste them. Sisso licked the poker cards and did not hide his bisexuality. But now, he wanted to stand on the side and watch the show. So, he quickly typed a text message to Illumi. To delicious Big Apple Xiao-Yi. Xiao-Yi, do you want me to join forces with you to kill him? I completely agree, I can't wait. Trembling all over, Sisso wanted to fly to where Illumi was and spend a wonderful night with that man. Not long after, Siso received Alumi's reply. From delicious Big Apple Xiao-e, kill him. Why? Isn't it good that he sent Yi Josa away? I just want to ask you, what method should I use to snatch the dogs from the hands of these two experts? Take away their dog. Their dog. Dog. With a blank face, Siso stared at the text message until the phone screen turned black. He sat on the toilet, holding his chin, and could not help but fall into a long silence. So, the reason why Alumi beat the enemy was single for 24 years was not because of her purity, nor was it because of her ability to be single, but because her interest in bed was completely different from others. He did not expect that the thousands of beauties in the world would lose to a dog. The most terrible thing was that this dog was someone else's. TSK, the road of love was destined to be difficult. However, he was happy to see it. Knowing such a secret, there was no reason not to let beat the enemy know. As long as he thought of Alumi's future being flooded by blind dates, and the other party's anger skyrocketing to thousands of miles to chase him, Siso felt even more excited. He licked his lips coquettishly and typed a text message, to Red Apple Vigilante, do me a favor, beat the enemy's young master's hobby in bed is a dog. Send this message to beat the enemy's family. Although he successfully sneaked into the Phantom Squadron, his interpersonal relationship had always been poor. Siso was ready to be put on hold. However, he did not expect the Vigilante's reply to be so fast. From Red Apple Vigilante, I can help, but can I give a 5-star review? If you attach a picture and add 15 words of follow-up review, you can get a 50% discount card from Enchanting Express. Siso stared at the text message. 5-star review. Attach a picture and 15 words of follow-up review. Enchanting Express. Discount card. What happened during the days when he was not in the Phantom Squadron? Was the Phantom Squadron invaded by a pyramid-selling organization? Was Captain Qualuo finally kidnapped and killed by the rich women who supported him? With a bang sound, his mobile phone smashed on the floor tiles, cracking like a spider web. Siso suddenly realized that as a pervert, he was actually the most normal person in the world. Siso on the other side entered the sage time and doubted the whole world. On the other side of the Whale Island hot spring pool, there were countless dreamy bubbles. The handsome man and the beautiful woman stared at each other affectionately. The man's golden eyes contained an undetectable smile, and the woman's cheeks blushed, her eyes full of tears. I was wrong. Can you stop? I really can't. Yijosa's hands didn't stop, and he felt that his arms were numb. He never knew that this thing could be so tiring. He would never ask for trouble again. You asked for it. Saishomaru leaned against the stone, enjoying her gentle service. Compared to cold water, it was much more comfortable in the hot spring. You haven't bathed me for a long time. Saishomaru said coldly, my original form is quite tall, it seems that you can't go back tonight. He saw Yijosa soaking in the hot spring with a sad face, rubbing his tail, submerged in the fine soap bubbles, at a loss. I can't, I really can't, my whole body is falling apart, and I still have to rub my dog later. When will this end? I can't stand it anymore. The next morning, Saishomaru, who exuded the smell of transparent soap, carried the exhausted Yijosa back to the camp with satisfaction. In the strange eyes of the people and the dogs, Yijosa was sleeping soundly between the tail, and there were obvious dark circles under his eyes. It seemed that they had a good fight yesterday, and it was so intense that even a King Kong Barbie like Yijosa was too tired to wake up. It turned out that not only was Saishomaru not frigid, but he was also good in bed. Thanks, you really can't judge a dog by its appearance. In the silent criticism of the people and the dogs, Saishomaru still didn't fall behind in today's special training. Especially after he found Chi. Mingmu Reef is worth Xiong Polypus. searching for the robbers. What's the moat? It was probably the sequela of whipping Inuyasha for a long time. Once he encountered a boy with a similar situation as Inuyasha, he always couldn't control the primitive force in his body. Jin tactfully took the fishing rod and bucket to go fishing. God knows why a boss behind the scenes who was busy killing people and conspiring in the underworld would live so peacefully. Sure enough, it was inevitable to bump into a dog after walking too much at night. 3 adolescent children, a psychic killer, a ferocious dog demon, 3 fake dogs with big stomachs, plus Yijosa and himself. The food consumption would only be faster, and the dozens of piranhas wouldn't last long. It seemed like he had to think of a way to fish up the water monster at the bottom of the lake. The giant water monster. Should be enough to eat, right? Saishomaru's light whip was very smooth, and it swept away thousands of soldiers like rolling up a mat, causing a group of people to fall into disorder. With a sweep of his golden eyes, Oluja was struck out 3 times. This boy had not received any training at all, so he would only be beaten if he stood on the field. Saishomaru wasn't interested in bullying a real child, so he simply curled his long whip and sent him out of the attack range. However, he didn't expect his whip to curl around Oluja. Poke. Forgive me for bringing Ziyong Jian, how could I say something dangerous? Lu Qi. Argon Yellow Pry. Qi Luofang asked Xiao. Sakura. Ji Mi Mao Mo Dong Rao Ziying Xian Yen. Sparks and lightning flashed in the midst of the thunderbolts. Was he jealous of her? Treading on a cliff and despicable pine. Tombstone K. Abandoning the widow. Partridge in danger. Father's dream realm Monkey Wu. Is the Xuanfu Lao despicable? Shen. Lightning. Saishomaru's golden eyes flashed with a deep meaning. Although it can't compare to the profound Azure Dragon Break, it's still a talent. Chi. Gua. The stalk is afraid to gather by the side. Ulcerative scar. Huan. Cut the stool. Lightning, Azure Dragon Break, talent. Other than Gilgamesh, Shinichi Kudo, and Jin, no one could guess what Saishomaru meant. Only Illumi, the veteran assassin, looked at Saishomaru's long silver hair, vertical pupils, and sharp claws. An absurd thought came to her mind. Illumi looked at Saishomaru's delicate and handsome face, tall and straight figure, and his imposing manner. After thinking about it carefully, he finally couldn't hold back his restless hands and sent a text message to his family, along with a picture. To Amoum, I think I met my dad's illegitimate child. At the same time, in the faraway Republic of Bartogia, on the towering withered mountain, Kikyo's hoarse scream came from the guest's house in the gloomy castle. Shiba, you bastard. How dare you keep a mistress outside? I'll kill you. Illumi was his mother's most outstanding child. Illumi had always been steady, and Illumi would never give false information. Kikyo slapped the servant away and smashed the hard wall. His scream echoed through the dry mountain, and his psychic pressure flowed crazily, shrouding the entire mansion in the shadow of death. I've given birth to 5 sons for you. What's wrong with you? Kikyo's electronic eyes flashed crazily. She raised her phone and rushed into Shiba's study. Bastard! I'll let you know why flowers are so red today. Shiba. Wait, what? Before he could do anything, a high heel smashed him in the face. Miji, who rushed to join in the fun, was shocked and ran away. Even Kurt, who was the quietest among them, opened his eyes wide and completely lost his composure at the scene of domestic violence. Then the question was, who should he help when mom and dad were fighting? Chapter 255. Sisso, as a qualified pervert, was like a passionate fire, burning wherever he caused trouble. In Vigilante's intentional or unintentional longline, Siso simply acted as the big fish. He bit the bait from Yukaxin. Uchiha Madara, a man defined by Vigilante as the Devil King. He defeated 3 spiders with his own strength, sealed their telekinesis, implanted hints, and forced them to help him deliver the express. Although the profession of courier was too much to complain about and not in line with the taste of most strong people, a man who could make all the members of the Phantom Troop fear, and even Kurolo had to avoid him, was worth fighting. Siso had always been a person who liked to court death, torturing Jin on Meteor Street, provoking Yijiosa in the Hunter exam, pestering Aizen in the Sky Arena. He was keen on provoking the strong and pursued the thrill of fighting to his heart's content. Even if he was beaten until half of his body was paralyzed, he would have no regrets even if he died in a duel. Unfortunately, Jin and Little Apple had not yet grown up, and Aizen had many fans around them. Yijiosa and Illumi ran together. Kurolo could not be killed for the time being. Siso counted with his fingers, only to find that there were countless apples, but he could not pick one. Therefore, it was rare to meet Uchiha Madara, who was a tribute by Vigilante. Even if he knew that the other party was up to no good, Siso did not intend to refuse. He almost excitedly used his hair gel hand to comb his torch head, changed into a clown suit, and stepped on his small leather shoes. He also took 4 brand new decks of poker cards. He could not wait to climb onto the private airship and rush to Yukaxin. Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drip never imagined that Siso not only rushed to Yukaxin to die, but also rushed to the Tsukuyomi world to reincarnate. Perhaps ignorance was really a kind of happiness. Seeing that Siso was about to join the logistics family for life imprisonment, they reluctantly mourned for him for 3 seconds. It was 10:00 in the morning, which was the busiest hour for the courier, Uchiha Madara. When he was about to drive to the city center on his motorcycle, he suddenly discovered that a strange psychic pressure had broken into the headquarters of the courier company. It was advancing like a hot knife through butter, accompanied by the screams of his colleagues. Something happened. Uchiha Madara furrowed his brows and placed the package down gently. Then, he strode out with a majestic gait, glaring angrily. Daring to cause trouble in his territory, that little brat must be tired of living. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he saw blood-stained poker cards flying in the hole. A group of security guards were lying on the ground, clutching their wounds. Some of them seemed to have their arteries cut and were bleeding profusely. It seemed like they were dying. A clown with red hair and golden eyes stood in the middle of the battle circle. He was tall and muscular, and his behavior was flirtatious. He kissed the bloody ace of hearts in a flirtatious manner. When he stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick it, he was like a black mamba staring at its prey. It was a deadly poison, the gaze of the Grim Reaper. The staff ran and shrank, many of them curled up in the corner, stimulated by the smell of blood. They were just a group of ordinary people living in an ordinary world. They never committed crimes, nor did they provoke others, let alone get involved in any gangster fight. Their lifelong wish was to warm the Kong bed of their wives and children, but they never thought that tomorrow and accidents would always come one step ahead of them. In the face of Siso, all they had left was fear. Only when Uchiha Madara stood in front of them did they recover from their shock. Uchiha Madara's face was extremely gloomy. Just call the police and call the ambulance. I'm here. This was the promise given by the demon god Indra. Making a mess at his workplace, Uchiha Madara was not going to let Siso off so easily. It was very convenient to use the Sharingan to knock him down, but compared to this, he wanted to break half of his bones more. As soon as he thought of this, Uchiha Madara's whole body shot out like an arrow in a straight line. Behind him, the hard granite immediately shattered, and before the raised dust fell to the ground, Siso, who was not far away, was suddenly punched out. Uchiha Madara and Senju Takuma have been fighting for decades, in the field of taijutsu. Except for Senju Takuma, he has not seen anyone stronger than him. No matter how good Siso's strength is, he has not surpassed the limits of mortals after all. Even if his combat nerve reaction is extremely fast, he can't keep up with Uchiha Madara's speed at all. This punch, a solid slap in the face. His cheekbone was broken. Sisso crashed into the trash can like a cannonball, raising a piece of fruit peel. The staff were completely scared. They only knew that Uchiha Madara was very good at fighting, often driving away the gangsters who cause trouble, collect protection fees, and act violently, but they never knew that he was this strong. What are you waiting for? Call the police and call an ambulance. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh came from outside. When Uchiha Madara is angry, even Senju Takuma can't bear the consequences, let alone Sisso. The overbearing thunder fire chakra belonging to the Uchiha clan rose, like the fire of hell, burning Sisso's body. In the face of absolute strength, whether it is frivolous illusion or flexible love, they all lost the ability to use tricks. Even if his whole body was covered with entanglement, he used steel in battle, and all kinds of techniques. Sisso can't defend against Uchiha Madara's fierce attacks. At this time, Sisso finally reacted. Uchiha Madara is not a big apple at all, but a poisonous apple. Him and Aizen. Plus medical lies. What is the point of the paper cone? The barren and noisy moat. However, the thinking of a pervert is always difficult for ordinary people to understand. Sisso was beaten like a broken sack, but he still obtained great physical and mental pleasure. Even the bumps in his body propped up the contour. He likes Uchiha Madara. A perfect, powerful poisonous apple. It is the invitation of death, the love of his heart. Sisso was excited, but within a few seconds, his ribs, elbow bones, and thighs were all broken. Uchiha Madara is a man of action. He said that he would break half of his bones, so he must break half of his bones. The one-sided violent beating, Sisso's blood flowed all over the ground. Not long after, he was thrown to the ground by Uchiha Madara. When he looked up at Uchiha Madara with a strange smile, he was caught off guard by a pair of gloomy and gorgeous red eyes. One day later, Sisso, who had half of his bones broken, his telekinesis sealed, and a suggestion implanted, was lying dead in the hospital. If he did not have a hunter certificate, he would probably be in jail now. At the end of the day, the hunter's certificate is like a gold medal that exempts people from death. While it gives telekinesis to the top people, it also gives many scumbags the privilege to kill and rob. For example, Sisso. Because of the existence of the hunter's certificate, the police did not dare to arrest him, let alone put him in jail. The more murders they come into contact with, the more they understand that even if they are all human, having and not having a mind are two different concepts. The cage of ordinary people can never stop a telekinesis user. The president of the Hunters Association has very few directors, and the vice president, Pars Tun, is a complete hypocrite. He will not offend Sisso for the sake of ordinary people. Instead, he will let the victim swallow the bitter pill. They really could not think of a way, so they could only ask Uchiha Madara to take care of him. Hunter's Certificate. Uchiha Madara flipped over Sisso's Hunter's Certificate, and he had a deeper understanding of the ridiculous system of the New World. Just a certificate can cover up his felonies. This really opened his eyes. Even a roddenwood leaf did not dare to do this. How did it become a matter of course in a different world? The few police officers did not speak. They did not dare to initiate a conversation, but they did not dare to not answer. Ordinary people were always full of respect and fear towards telekinesis users. There was no other reason than that most of the violent and bloody cases in the archives were always the work of telekinesis users. In the eyes of the police, telekinesis users were no different from demons. Uchiha Madara lost interest in asking questions. He got up and pulled out Sisso's needle. He dragged the man away by his patient's garb and locked him in the basement of the rented house, together with the pickled vegetables. Without the help of his telekinesis, Sisso was like a dead fish. Even though his thoughts were still perverted, his heavily injured body made him unable to move. The hunter's certificate was gone, his phone was gone, and his poker cards were gone. The only thing he had left was his life. The basement was dark. Not long after, Vigilante was thrown in by Uchiha Madara with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He seemed to have suffered a great blow, and even his spirit was low. Sisso turned his head with difficulty and laughed with a trembling voice. "Vigilante, we are fated to meet." Vigilante smiled with one of his front teeth missing. "Yes, it is fate. You will be my colleague soon." "Colleague? Don't you know?" Vigilante wiped the blood from his nose, which was smeared all over his face. "If Uchiha Madara catches you, you will be a courier in the future. Don't worry, no one will come to save you even if you scream until your throat is hoarse." Sisso was speechless. For some reason, he felt a chill in his bones. Was it because his telekinesis was sealed? Whale Island, the tourist shopping street. Yijusa and Saishomaru finally had some couple awareness and were ready to go shopping. Unfortunately, other couples usually had this kind of style when they went shopping. Open your mouth, I'll feed you. You're so annoying, it's so good to be with you. Oh my god, I love what you gave me. Ikuzawa and Saishomaru's style of shopping was like this. Do you want to eat? If you don't want to eat, I'll eat. Damn, it smells so good, just order the dishes. I'm paying today, what the hell is this? I'm not buying. On the same street, in the same jewelry store, it was also a man and a woman. The couple next door had this kind of style. The cute and delicate woman sat in front of the counter and smiled at the mirror. The handsome man behind her took the necklace and put it on the woman's neck with great care. In the end, the man kissed the woman's cheek and smiled. "It suits you, my dear." The woman couldn't help but hug the man's neck and give him a hot kiss. And Yijusa and Saishomaru had this kind of style. The handsome man sat in front of the counter and sneered at the mirror. The woman behind him held a big pure gold chain and put it around his neck excitedly. In the end, Yijusa sighed with emotion. "You are the flower of wealth in the world. The pure gold dog chain matches you so well." Then he was beaten in order to maintain the precarious relationship with Saishomaru. Yijusa secretly opened the search engine and found 180 posts of "Teach you how to pick up a girl." Finally, he loaded the appropriate positions and was ready to practice. First, he had to take Saishomaru to see a movie, either a romantic literary film or a bloody horror film. The former could create an atmosphere between lovers and let them learn to cherish their relationship. The latter could increase the adrenaline, increase the man's sense of protection for the woman, and make the woman feel that the man is more reliable. Yijusa thought carefully. As a monster, Saishomaru himself was a bloody horror film. And he, who chose to be with a bloody horror film, was a person worth relying on. So, why should he waste his money? He bought 2 tickets in a minute, held the popcorn and drinks, and pulled Saishomaru into the couple's seat. Everything was going smoothly. According to the search engine, they could kiss when they were in the throes of passion. Yijusa was a little nervous. He had seriously decided to date Saishomaru, so it was good to have some progress. After all, Saishomaru was more passive, so he had to bravely take the first step forward. Unfortunately, halfway through the romantic literary film, Yijusa was already speechless. The male lead has a cat cake, right? He ate up a good girl and then told her that he didn't love her. Yijusa was shocked. Shit, the female lead has a cat cake. How can she fall in love with this kind of scumbag? Oh my god, my eyes are going blind. Accompanied by the low sobbing, touching, and comforting voices in the theater, Yi-Jose's nonsense continued. I beg you. Put a sack on the scumbag and throw him into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Oh shit, you actually want to give birth to his child. I can't stand it. What a script. Give me the pen, I'll write it. Yi-Jose complained crazily, completely forgetting the steps of kissing until the entire film was finished. He staggered out of the theater, feeling that his view of love was on the verge of collapse. Saishomaru, tell me honestly, was there any unforgettable moonlight in the past 400 years? Did you date me because I looked like the other party's stunt double? After you've played with my body and mind, will you throw me away like you did to Yomei? Saishomaru was speechless. He only had one question. What was Yomei? After a while, Yi-Jose returned to normal, and then wrote a negative review in his review. After that, he decided to go according to plan. He had to bring Saishomaru to buy some delicious food. According to the netizens, if he wanted to conquer the other party's heart, he first had to conquer the other party's stomach. Delicious food could shorten the distance between two parties, especially when he chose the other party's favorite food and shared it with him. Yi-Jose thought about it and decided to bring Saishomaru to pick a few of his favorite dog food. Dog food was non-toxic and could be eaten by humans. For the sake of love, he would accompany him to eat dog food. So, why did he still eat dog food when he was no longer single? It turned out that Saishomaru loved him. He couldn't bear to suffer with him, so he firmly refused the dog food and chose a fragrant steak restaurant. Then, Saishomaru placed his favorite dog food in front of him and brought his favorite steak in front of him. Eating each other's favorite food, this was the highest level of sharing, and also the deepest level of understanding. Yi-Jose was speechless. Chapter 256. Yi-Jose, who was no longer single, lived the sour smell of love. Not only did he have to share food with Prince White Dog, but he also had to share his liver with him. As the saying goes, when one is full and warm, one thinks about the game. After Yi-Jose ate and drank his fill, he dragged Saishomaru to pick up his phone. His idea was very simple. In order to prevent himself from ending up in a miserable situation where he could not take care of the game and the girl and could only break up in the end, he had to first fence and keep his soul mate in a small space. His liver was earth-shattering. Moreover, Saishomaru's personality had always been conservative like an aristocrat. Even though he had traveled through many worlds with him, he had always abided by his original heart and was not obsessed with external things. Therefore, he knew what a phone was and had seen many humans use it, but he had never played with it himself. Saishomaru did not need a phone, but he could not fall in love without a phone. While Yi-Jose was saying, "Can you communicate with me without a phone?" Saishomaru still walked into the phone store with him. Although seeing his sweetheart busying herself for him made him feel very comfortable in his heart. But as a man with responsibility, Saishomaru could not let Yi-Jose take care of him with a clear conscience. However, although his awareness was high, he did not have a capital foundation in the new world. The idea of supporting a family was useless. Saishomaru, who did not have an ID card, had never even touched a nun. Once he left the forest, even eating and drinking became a problem. What was there to talk about? He could only follow silently, watching Yi-Jose quickly stroll around. He chose 7 or 8 high-performance goods. She was very focused, her brows were slightly furrowed as if she was thinking about something. Saishomaru did not disturb him, nor did he size up a dozen good goods. He only quietly stared at the side of Yi-Jose's face, and the cold aura around his body unknowingly softened. Yi-Jose did not intend to save money. He would only date one person in his life. As long as he had the ability, he would give him the best. After a few comparisons, he finally chose a silver-white touchscreen. It was said to be the latest model. Not only was it waterproof, fireproof and lightning-proof, but it could also be used to charge walnuts and bricks with solar energy. Even if it couldn't be compared to the special machine used by assassins to beat up their enemies, in daily life, this model's performance had already reached the ceiling index. Yi-Joseph bought it immediately and did not bargain. He also picked a pure yang blue for himself and a tycoon gold for Yi-Jinya. Come, I'll teach you how to use it. Yi-Joseph's eyes were sparkling. He spoke quickly but explained in detail. He and Saishomaru sat on a bench in the park, surrounded by seabirds unique to Whale Island. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. As time ticked by, Saishomaru had already grasped the phone thoroughly. His usually cold eyes couldn't help but reveal some curiosity. He had to admit that the intelligence of humans was indeed much higher than that of monsters. When Yi-Jose's exclusive number lit up on the screen, and he saw that she had marked his number as boyfriend. Even though Saishomaru had been through 400 years of ups and downs, he still slightly widened his eyes at this moment, and it was rare for him to have a cute look on his face. He did not know how he should react in this situation. He only felt that his heart was filled with a strange sense of satisfaction. He wanted to get closer to her, and he wanted to hug her even more. You know how to use it, right? Saishomaru nodded and changed the keyboard slightly slowly. He typed "my wife" on Yi-Jose's note without hesitation, and then quickly changed the interface, pretending that nothing had happened. It's good that you know how to use it. Come, download a FTF and I'll add you into the Build Socialism group. Yi-Jose laughed. Aizen, Kimimaro, Illumi, and 9 Orchid Flower are all there. Saishomaru's hand paused as he clicked on the software. He thought of his colleagues who deserved a beating. And downloaded the software. In the end, the internet is a good thing. Usually, there's not a single person who can talk loudly and brag. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by Kimimaro's reticence, but when it comes to scolding Aizen in the group, he can run away as fast as he can. Aizen is 100% troublemaking and 250% pretentious scum. Don't be fooled by how he lives like a proper person. Because of his standpoint, he's secretly tricked Kimimaro many times. He made Kimimaro, an honest child, unable to restrain himself from scolding people. He's simply deranged. Saishomaru did not say anything and only listened quietly. Kimimaro is in the open in the Hunters Association and is President Nitro's official disciple. 9 Orchid Flower is in the dark in the Hunters Association and is a weapon to help Kimimaro rise to the top. Aizen has built an organization and is doing very well, preparing to push Kimimaro up. The relationship here is very complicated, but as long as they don't go crazy and want to destroy the world to take revenge on society, I don't care what they do. Saishomaru successfully entered the group, and not long after, he received a friend request from Aizen. As Yi-Jose complained, Saishomaru lowered his eyes and saw the message that Aizen sent him. Aizen, Kimimaro and I investigated for a while and basically confirmed who the raiders of this world are. Saishomaru stared at the dialogue box for a while without batting an eyelid, and slowly typed. Seeing that Saishomaru was rarely interested in his phone, Yi-Jose did not disturb him and got up with a smile to buy snacks. Who is it? Aizen, Kuluoluo Rizalu, the leader of the Phantom Squadron where the bandits gather. The new dog next to her should be him. 3 days ago, Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower went out and captured a member of the Phantom Squadron, Kubei. I used some tricks and found out that they will meet in Yukaxian in September. September, Yukaxian. If his memory served him right, Kirito. Sakura sled on the reef. Tragic. Bucking sword, do it. Aizen, if I could do it, I wouldn't specifically inform you. This raider is in a cooperative relationship with Authentic. According to the information provided by Kubei, leader Kuluoluo often trades with Authentic. I have reason to suspect Aizen, Kuluoluo is the bait placed by Authentic, and the main purpose is to draw out Yijosa. If she is drawn out and confirmed, then Authentic will definitely kill her at all costs. Saishomaru's face sank, and he almost crushed his phone. Aizen, so, for the success of my plan, don't say a word to her. What do you want me to do when you look for me? Aizen, send her away and stop her from going to Yukakusen. And you are responsible for killing Koluoluo. Aizen, Saishomaru, you will be the strongest chess piece in this game. Underworld Waning Moon Break can clean up the traces on the scene, Manifestation can help you escape in case of an accident, and if Authentic can be avoided, Natural Fong can protect your life. Aizen, most importantly, after killing Koluoluo, Authentic will have the misconception that you are the guardian. Underworld Waning Moon Break and Manifestation's spatial powers will confuse his sight and make him think that you have left this world. Aizen, and you are not us. Other than your human form, you also have a beast form. No matter how powerful Authentic is, they will never associate the guardian with a puppy. Aizen, Saishomaru, avoid him before I find out more about him. Saishomaru did not say anything until Yijosa came back with a huge bag of snacks. Then, he got up as if nothing had happened and naturally took the things in her hands. While Yijosa looked at him in surprise, he went back with her. In the distant sky arena, Aizen stared at the dialogue box, held Mirrored Moon Break in his hand, and injected his power into it. Mobile phones are good things, but they can easily leak information. The information they communicate can't be completely destroyed, but it can be covered with a layer of illusion, just in case. Aizen is a meticulous person, and he will only let people know the information he wants them to know. But no matter how meticulous he is, as an old antique, he still has a hard time with electronic products. In other words, other than Shinichi Kudo, no one in the dog group will mess around with this thing. Fortunately, there is Mirrored Moon Break. Moreover, the penetration of spiritual power leaves no traces, even if a telekinesis user uses condense, they can't see anything. It's much more convenient than the Sharingan that can only be used by people. Aizen thought about it carefully, and with the mentality of watching a big show, he changed the text communication. So, the dialogue box between him and Saishomaru was only left with the following dialogue. Aizen, dear, do you want to join the Sogu Brigade? Special Elder, monthly salary of 3 million. Including food and accommodation, weekends, year-end bonus. Don't ask about education, height, age, just fill in the registration form. I'm very busy now, I can't go to the Republic of Batogia. Can you send the registration form? Will the postage be reimbursed? Aizen, dear, please rest assured, the postage and air tickets will be reimbursed by you. As long as you join the Sogu Brigade, we will give you the best treatment. Okay, I now live in the nest of the tallest dead tree in the southeast of the Withered Mountain Scenic Area. If it's convenient, send it to my door. Aizen, dear, rest assured, our service will make sure you are satisfied. An hour later, in the Hunters Association, in the office of the Vice President Parstun, a handsome man with long blonde hair and the leader of the Phantom Troop, Krollo, who was disguised as a well-behaved high school student, sat opposite each other and chatted happily. I didn't expect you to come to me, aren't you afraid of being recognized by the people of the association? Parstun turned the image of the entire computer and smiled brightly, the people and information you paid a high price for me to monitor are all here. Krollo turned to the computer screen, his eyes flashing, Aizen. Add medical fern. Dear Buck and nephew, tail changed into Buckring. Who knows? Parston's eyes were sinister, but his face was full of smiles. I have a good cooperation with him. Of course, if I can kill him, I will be even happier. It seems that you two get along very well. Krollo's eyes swept through the recent movements of Aizen and the people they contacted online, page by page, looking at their chat records. Not long after, his face became darker and darker. It was so dark that Parston couldn't help but lean over. After a while, both of them fell into silence. Aizen's FTF was very clean, so clean that there were only Sogu Brigade and another dog mouth group, as well as some insignificant private chats. Sogu Brigade's records were considered normal, usually things like issuing missions and organizations' movements. In this group, Aizen was a powerful boss, an existence worthy of respect. But in the other, dog mouth group, this was probably a group that specialized in raising dogs. It couldn't be wrong. The young Master Illumi, who had a lot of experience in beating up enemies and raising dogs, was also here. So, Aizen had an unknown hobby of raising dogs. This group had fewer people, but they should all be dog lovers. Even Aizen's name card was Sami Harmony, the unknown was Pomeranian Equality, there was also White Firewood Fuchiang, and a group leader. King of 10,000 Dogs. Their daily bickering, especially between Sami Harmony and Whitebone Goblin Freedom, had risen to a white-hot level, to the point that the verbal battle in the later stages had turned into a series of weird emoticons, full of an air of idiocy. Crollo x Parston. They closed the dog mouth group and opened the private chats. In the next second, they were shocked by the row after row of kisses from Aizen. Chapter 257. Aizen's schemes were deep and their methods were ruthless. Even if they were not fully fledged and had a weak foundation, they could still sit on a fishing platform and strategize strategies. They could subdue all the overt and covert forces. After all, they were the villains who overturned Soul Society, conquered the Void Circle, and almost buried the Empty Town and the 12th Division. Without the suppression of the protagonist's aura and cheats, Aizen was more pretentious than anyone else. They were mentally strong, emotionally stable, emotionally indifferent, and smart. Aizen used the Sky Arena as a stronghold and expanded their forces step by step. Due to their proficiency in business and their outstanding diplomatic skills, their organization did not have the stages of being bullied, suppressed, and questioned that new forces must go through. Instead, it was like sitting on a rocket launcher. Riding on the clouds, they rushed straight to the peak. Probably because they were too good on the surface, the moment the leader of the underworld, Old Ten, realized that something was wrong, it was too late. Aizen's position was already established. Not only could they not touch him, but they also had to share the cake with him. No one knew what cards Aizen had up his sleeves, and no one could guess how high his strength was. He was like a raging fire in the darkness, attracting all eyes and hatred. And this was also a part of Aizen's plan. He was a ruthless person who could even use himself as a chess piece. There was no other reason. Standing at the height of the Spirit King, Aizen could almost see through cause and effect, whether it was the Demon King, Spirit King, Psychic King, or the Hero King. They were all the strongest in their respective planes. They represented the highest level of each plane. They had the ability to fight against their own rules. But this was only limited to the plane. And the battle between the Raiders and the Guardians was beyond the plane. In other words, the Raiders and the Guardians were the ones who had the privilege to climb to the highest peak. They, the masters of the plane, needed a bigger opportunity. What was that opportunity? The opportunity was the side they chose, whether they chose to rebel with the Raiders or choose to advance step by step with the Guardians. It was not hard to guess what happened to the main god. Just like a hero in his twilight years, it was inevitable that he would feel powerless after sitting in a high position for too long. It needed its own successors. Just like how it nurtured goo worms, it would send the chosen ones their own subordinates and forces to see how far they could go. Could he walk in front of it? Aizen had thought more than once that if Yijiosa didn't have the means to suppress them, didn't have the ability to oppress them, and didn't even have the time to get along with them and successfully instill his ideas into them, what would she do now? The answer was to be devoured, oppressed, and swallowed by them. However, she was an exception. Her moral bottom line was too difficult to cross. Even though they were used to evil, her persistence still moved them and even made them approve of her. Therefore, instead of letting a merciless plunderer take all the resources, it was better to elect Ijosa, who was familiar with his temperament, to take over. If the orthodox controlled everything, they would definitely die. If Ijosa won, she would be grateful. He had yet to stabilize his position as spiritual king, he had yet to see the scenery of the plain. How could Aizen bear to die? He would do everything he could to assist Ijosa, and suppress the orthodox by any means necessary. No one would be able to stop his ambitions and plans. Was he Aizen? Was he Jia-e? The mystery cold silence. Aizen gently swirled a glass of wine, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass, and looked down at the world below. His heart was filled with lofty sentiments, and his mind was filled with unquenchable ambition. He wanted the world to be his subject. Beep 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 sounds rang, interrupting the passionate theater in Aizen's mind. A FTF conversation window instantly popped up, and Aizen's expression was rather unfriendly. Which bastard? Pooey, it's actually the feeding master. Little tyrant's letter, I have to accept it, I have to accept it. Aizen grabbed his phone, and quickly opened the page. He saw the following message from Ijosa Ijosa, Aizen, have you heard of Avarice Island? Avarice Island. Aizen narrowed his eyes, of course he had heard of it. Not only had he heard of it, but he had also specially looked for people to understand it. It was a holographic game created by Kim Fullis and his team, and the requirement to clear it was to collect all the cards. However, unlike previous games, Avarice Island was mainly populated by real people, and if a real person died in the game, then it would be a real death. Avarice Island was filled with dangers and adventures, and some people relied on it to rise to the top, and some lost their lives because of it. But even so, it couldn't withstand the waves of humans chasing after it. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Avarice Island had very few terminals, and if it still existed in the world, it would have been sold at a sky-high price. Aizen, why are you asking this? Ijosa, I heard the two kids mention it, and I want to play it too. That's why I'm asking you if there's any news of this game being auctioned or resold. Aizen pondered for a moment, and no one knew what he was thinking. Then, he quickly pressed the button, I'll let you know if there's any news. After that, he put down his phone, put on his coat, and decided to find time to visit President Nitro. The Island of Greed was indeed a good way to hide and retreat. As long as it was used properly, the plan would be 100 times smoother. It was like the illusion of Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, and the security measures must be excellent. Even if the real people were looking for trouble, they would have to find the right entrance to enter. Therefore, the entire game terminal was still a very necessary thing. Time passed in a flash, just like the Great Ants period. Today, a major event happened, which made Saishomaru reevaluate the ability of Tensiga. Tensiga was a fake Virgin Mary's sword, and although it usually pretended to be powerful, in the end, there were times when it revealed its true colors. For example, that day, it happened to run into Oluga, who had activated the compulsion state. At that time, Jin was fishing calmly. Chi. Ing flounder forgive me. Luo Luo. Poison Mist Morning looked at the dice. Kuroto. Oluga, who was next to him, suddenly put down the book, and his blue eyes were empty. He turned his head to look at Saishomaru, and walked step by step towards him. Saishomaru, shake hands. This was the lowest level of compulsion, and it was easy to satisfy. Oluga's movements were extremely mechanical, and the aura around him was ominous. Saishomaru heard Ijosa mention that this child was special, but he seemed to notice something and didn't immediately agree. Silence was a silent refusal. Saishomaru, hug me. Aluga leaned closer, and his voice was a little urgent. Saishomaru's cold gaze swept over him, and the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. The next second, he suddenly found that Tensiga, on his waist, was trembling violently. It was getting stronger and fiercer, and the power of life seemed to be roaring and targeting him. Tensiga. What's wrong? Saishomaru, raise your hand. This was the third compulsion. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly tensed up. It was as if there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him, and a pair of large hands began to squeeze him. An aura of death filled the air. Tensiga burst out with a flash as bright as day, and it actually unsheathed itself. A sword spirit emerged and directly transformed into a giant pure white dog. Its dark golden eyes stared at Aluga as it growled in a low voice. Not long after, Manifestation and Shattertooth trembled at the same time, and the surrounding space distorted for a moment. Yijosa was immediately awakened. When he turned his head, he saw Aluga in an abnormal state. He was so scared that his soul almost flew away, because Aluga was opening his hand towards Saishomaru. It was obvious that he was in a state of compulsion. How could this be? Along the way, Aluga had never taken the initiative to force anything. He even thought that he was safe, but now... What was going on? Agree to it. Yijosa shouted, and a backhand mountain river suppression landed on Saishomaru's body. Saishomaru pursed his lips. From the start of the compulsion, there was a murderous intent. In other words, even if Aluga was satisfied, his life would still be in danger. But the frightening scene did not happen. Aluga tilted his head like a marionette, and his mouth opened and closed, but he could not say a word. The Zanpakuto and Naniga faced off against each other. Tensiga firmly protected its master, and Shattertooth fought against the rules. Surrounded by the powerful power of life and death, Aluga slowly retreated. His delicate and cute face gradually turned into the face of Naniga's ghost doll. Naniga tilted his head, and for some reason, his originally soft voice turned into a hoarse electronic voice. I can't. It's so strange, why? Vaguely, there was a rustling sound, like an old radio. The flat, monotonous voice reminded Yijosa of the system that he had not seen for a long time. I can't. Kill. Naniga trembled as if he was suffering from epilepsy, and his face twisted. Don't move. Get out. Naniga hugged his head and squatted down, trembling. Get out. Get out. Get out. Ah. In the next second, a twisted and powerful evil suddenly exploded from Naniga's body, spiraling upwards like a geyser. The pressure was so strong that it almost covered the entire forest. Birds and beasts screamed and fled, and fish dove deep into the water. Countless leaves fell from the tall trees, and the spirit of Tensiga's sword opened its mouth and swallowed the evil like a whale. That was something that it could cut. In less than 8 seconds, the forest returned to its original state. Aluga, who had recovered, fell to the ground and fainted. Illumi rushed over. Jin, Chi. Amaranth. Machine hexagram. Locus data. Saishomaru squinted and pressed his hand on Tensiga. What's wrong with him? Yijosa's expression was grim. He picked up the child and said. It feels like he's been infected by a virus. Naniga was a product of the Dark Continent. Forcing and making wishes were like the system's way of giving out missions and rewards. If Naniga was like the system, what was the connection between the system and the Dark Continent? He clearly heard Naniga's electronic voice, and the key word, get out. It was as if someone was interfering with him. So the question was, who was interfering with Naniga? who was forcing things through him. Saishomaru, Yijosa looked up at him and said solemnly, "I want to take Oluga away alone." Saishomaru's eyes sharpened as he disagreed. "He's dangerous." "I'll be fine, trust me," Yijosa said. "I can only be sure if I take him away alone." "Is he targeting me, or is he trying to kill you?" "I'll probably go with Illumi." "I don't agree." Yijosa's attitude was firm. "With Shinshanha here, I'll be fine." Saishomaru's face turned cold. "I have Tensiga. My life is in no danger." "Saishomaru, the situation just now." Yijosa stared at him. "I don't want to go through it a second time. If you didn't have Tensiga, would I be guarding your body now?" The two of them confronted each other. The atmosphere was tense, and neither of them was willing to give in. In the end, when Saishomaru wasn't paying attention, Yijosa used the 7 stars encirclement on him. Under Saishomaru's angry gaze, Yijosa picked up Oluga and left without hesitation. Chapter 258. If personal attributes were made into an online game interface, then Sephiro's would definitely have a blood-red E in the luck column. If Jin falling into Meteor Street was already extremely unfortunate, then Sephiro's landing in the Darkness Continent was simply beyond redemption. Who knew how a Chinese countryside dog that had just matured was crawling and searching for food in the SSS-grade Darkness Continent? How did it escape in such a pathetic manner? But one thing was certain. If Yoshi Asakura had come 10 days to half a month later, Sephiro's could only go to God no matter how unwilling he was. His soul was imprisoned in the body of a dog. He would feel hunger, cold, and pain, and he would also be expelled, trampled, and preyed on. The food chain of the Darkness Continent was complicated and terrifying. Every creature seen could not be simply evaluated by their size and appearance. Animals with bodies as tall as mountains and faces as ferocious as evil spirits might be gentle herbivores. But this harmless herbivore might be fond of poisonous plants, causing the flesh, blood, and scales to be filled with poison. Animals as small as mayflies that could be easily killed with a wave of their hands, perhaps they were terrifying carnivores. For example, the chimera ant that went out to hunt in groups would not even leave white bones behind wherever they passed. Sephiroth relied on his extraordinary wisdom and mental fortitude to defeat the enemy. He survived the 3-month survival period in the body of a dog. When he finally fought his way to a territory, stored a lot of raw meat and fruits, wrapped himself in the fur of a giant beast, and prepared to survive the 5 to 6 days of blizzard, the space at the edge of the Darkness Continent was forcefully torn apart by someone. The powerful spacetime wind blades slashed the ground. It was as easy as a knife cutting through tofu. In just a few seconds they killed all the living creatures on land. Even the chimera ant was not spared. At that time, he held his breath and hid under the corpse of a giant beast. Through a gap, he saw the chimera ant coming out in full force. They brazenly and fearlessly fought with the people who crawled out of the spatial cracks. They sent themselves to their deaths one after another, using hundreds of millions of sacrifices in exchange for the queen's safety. The pregnant ant queen was finally able to enter the sea. They retreated from the borders of the Darkness Continent, disappearing into the vast ocean waves. 7 minutes later, the battle on land was over. The 4 of them, 3 men and 1 woman, swung the bluish-purple blood in their hands with a mocking look on their faces. They stepped on the corpse of the chimera ant and walked toward the center of the continent. They had a chilling aura and powerful strength, and the aura they unconsciously exuded was exactly the same as the raiders. The one that escaped was the chimera ant queen. "Aren't we going to chase after her?" the beautiful woman asked with a smile. "It's just an A-class dangerous creature. It's not worth raising." The handsome boy rolled his eyes and replied, "Even the weakest pet under me is S-class." "That's hard to say." A man in a suit with a bandage on his head and a book in his hand smiled. The reason why the chimera ant is only classified as a Class A danger is because humans don't know enough about them. The young man narrowed his eyes. Speak clearly, Kirolo. The chimera ant that humans come into contact with is only in the state of an ant. It's not the evolved type at all. Kirolo explained with a smile. The chimera ant queen that escaped earlier definitely has S-class strength. If it can give birth to an ant king. Ant king. The young man's eyes flickered, and his breathing quickened. An ant king is at least S-class strength. Kirolo said enticingly. And the chimera ant has a unique evolution method, feeding, mating, and feeding evolution. It means that the genes of any creature it eats will be automatically integrated, fusing into the most perfect individual to be born and evolve. And there's no end to their evolution. Not to mention S-class, they can even eat SSS class. The young man's breathing became heavier. He could not wait to capture the chimera ant queen and give birth. But he was not a real, young man after all. His mind only wavered for a moment before he calmed down. The human world is on the other side of the sea, right? The young man's eyes were filled with twisted malice. Well, let's not capture it for now. Let it have fun first, then I'll go capture it. The queen and the ant king are both mine. You guys shouldn't be interested, right? He glanced at the people around him, and the threat in his eyes was very strong. The beautiful woman sneered. She was both envious and jealous. Enough, no one is fighting with you for the ant king. We're not beast tamers. You're really lucky. Your starting skill is beast taming. TSK. But the beast tamer in front of him was a man-eating beast. It was said that this young man had first arrived in a world of magical girls. The system issued a mission to protect a girl from Brother Ghost. But this young man, just to test how far he could go with his ability, commanded the rats in the sewers to divide and eat the girl he was supposed to protect. And the girl who died in vain was only 11 or 12 years old at the time. He was born with a sociopathic personality. To him, humans were no different from animals. With his beast-taming skill, he killed 7 guardians who were chasing him. With his frequent escapes, he had long become a plunderer who was in the dark. If only they didn't have the word authentic on top of their heads. The young man smiled innocently. He was very sunny. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's go to the inner circle first. Boss is waiting for us there. The beautiful woman, the sunny young man, the elegant young man, and the silent big guy disappeared from Sapphiro's sight. But Sapphiros still didn't move. He waited and waited. 5 minutes later, the sunny young man suddenly returned to his original spot. He looked around as if he was looking for something. After a while, after confirming that there were no survivors, he finally left with a peace of mind. Sapphiros didn't move. He nested under the corpse until the mutated vultures circled over to look for food. Only then did he move his stiff body back to his cave. The mutated vultures were the most agile. They wouldn't approach even the slightest threat on the ground. Since they dared to look for food in groups, it meant that this area was already safe. Sapphiros rested in the cave until the snowstorm passed. The weather outside was clear and white, but he didn't know that under the snow were piles of bones. Sapphiros still cared. He finally took a step and headed toward the inner circle of the Dark Continent. This journey was another difficult 2 months of survival. Until he finally smelled the plunderer's scent and found the system's remains that they had collected. The silent big guy called the remains God Fragment. There were 5 God fragments, each the size of a mass-produced glass marble. 4 of them were already broken gray and black, and only 1 was still glowing. The woman's skill seemed to be control. She played with the glowing God fragment from time to time and connected with it spiritually. She tried every day, and every day was a failure. Until a month later, she suddenly screamed in joy and shouted, "I found it. I saw it." Then, Sapphiros saw the god fragment connect with her spiritual power and projected a very familiar figure, Saishomaru. His companion. He has the guardian's aura on him. He has it. The woman was even more excited, almost dancing. Go and inform the others. Lock onto him, I'll kill him now. Sapphiros' hair stood on end, and the vertical pupils in his eyes emitted ferocity. His body tensed up and his back arched as he stared at the god fragment in the woman's hand. He only had one thought: snatch it. Destroy it. When her companion suddenly left, when the woman started to attack Saishomaru, Sapphiros suddenly burst forth with the fastest speed of an ultimate expert and rushed out like lightning. He opened his mouth and his sharp fangs bit off the woman's wrist. Before the pain could spread to his brain, before blood gushed out from the wound, Sapphiros spat out the hand and ran away with the god fragment in his mouth. Ah! The woman's sharp scream pierced through the silence, and an overwhelming murderous intent filled 1/3 of the forest. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Sapphiros was very calm. Even if he knew that he would die, he would never hand over the item to the raiders. If he succumbed to the raiders, what would the sacrifice of Takashi Akashi and Shirori count for? Perhaps, even Seishiro would become a sacrifice. He couldn't. That was the little warmth and kindness he could hold in his hands since he was born. The people chasing after him increased from 1 to 3, and from 3 to 6. It was only at this moment that Sapphiros realized that the number of raiders under the Real was comparable to the number of people under the Feed Master's command. With the mentality that he would die, he fearlessly broke into the dire beast's territory. But in a moment of life and death, he ran into Yoshi Asakura, who had followed his scent to save him. After that, Yoshi Asakura fought against 6 alone for 3 hours. The aftermath of the Soul Transcendence energy destroyed the entire forest. It distorted the space-time tunnel in this area. They didn't know if this tunnel led to another dimension or if it was a storm that could crush them into pieces. But now, Yoshi Asakura was almost exhausted, and he was also seriously injured. They couldn't be picky. Yoshi Asakura carried him and rushed into the tunnel at an extremely fast speed. A raider behind him followed quickly, but when he slid out of the tunnel, Yoshi Asakura kicked him hard. Before he could climb out of the tunnel, he was twisted in half by the instantly closed exit. The raider crawled on the ground and cried out in pain. The next second, he was burned to ashes by the fire spirit. They staggered forward, took a short break, and finally decided to leave the Dark Continent. They followed the ocean currents and shoals to the human world to find Yijosa's whereabouts. They had to cooperate with their colleagues. The odds of winning against the raiders in a one-on-one battle were too small. Moreover, things like the god's fragment were useless to them, but in the hands of Yijosa, it might be a different story. A storm was brewing, and the road ahead was bloody. Hopefully, the raiders wouldn't notice too soon that they had already left the Dark Continent. Ding! Congratulations, hero. Raiders. Title. Reward. The hoarse electronic voice sounded, startling Yijosa, who had just escaped from Whale Island. He hugged Olugia, a little distracted. He hadn't killed anyone at all, so why was there a reward all of a sudden? Was the God Lord infected with a virus? Could it be that he had miscalculated the reward for someone else's kill to him? Yijosa. That was really fucked up. If the other guardians were in urgent need of time to survive, this miscalculation would be murder. His conscience ached. He couldn't take it. Feeling uneasy, Yijosa desperately called out Little Sparrow's name in his mind. However, the system was a little bitch. It would occasionally come out to scare him, but usually it only knew how to lurk in the dark. The sea breeze blew, and the ship rocked. Yujosa sat on the deck, and Illumi, who was beside him, glared at Olugia. Illumi did care about Olugia, but this care couldn't compare to his feelings for Chi Xiang. Ceto Point Zinc Tomb Raider. If Olugia lost control, Saishomaru would be destroyed. Then, as the woman Saishomaru loved, Yujosa would also die. As Yujosa's partner and Yujosa's friend, Chi Xiang, would also die. Chi Xiang. Were they soft? Coincidentally, Ceto Point Zinc stopped. Ji Bagu. Illumi was a realist and a pragmatist at the same time. He made up his mind that the next time Olugia suddenly insisted, he would kill him. Now, he and Yujosa once again set off for Yukakusen. But this time, the atmosphere was a little heavy. It was no longer as relaxed and cozy as when they first arrived. Yukakusen, a completely unplanned location. Apparently, there would be an auction in September, and Greed Island would be up for sale. If he could temporarily isolate Olugia on Greed Island, it would be the best choice. Silence, silence. As if sensing something, Illumi suddenly looked up into the sky. He saw a huge beast shuttling between the clouds, weaving into the shape of some kind of stuffed animal. Illumi. Did Sanmao become a spirit? Then, he shook his head to get rid of this strange thought. From time to time, he would regain his usual calm. Although the ship was stable on the sea, it traveled slowly. After about 7 or 8 days, it finally sailed into the port city and brought the passengers to their destination. Olugia finally woke up, but he didn't remember forcing Saishomaru at all. He only told Yujosa and Illumi with an aggrieved expression that Nanaga was injured and in deep sleep. That was good news and bad news at the same time. They didn't have to worry about forcing for now, but at the same time, they couldn't get any useful information from Nanaga. For some reason, they agreed that this information was very important. It was like the key to opening a Pandora's box, and they were only one step away. Yujosa booked an airship ticket with his family and dog, and went straight from the port to Yukakusen. After finding the venue where the auction would be held soon, and booking a hotel near the venue, and settling Olugia down, the busy Yujosa finally heaved a sigh of relief and threw himself heavily onto the soft bed. As he relaxed, he realized that he was very hungry. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and he wanted to take the elevator downstairs to eat. No, he didn't want to get up, he was lazy. Fortunately, as a big city, Yukakusen had a very complete food delivery system. Yujosa placed an order, noted down the room number, and paid for it. Then, he yawned and waited for the food to be delivered. As time passed, the doorbell rang. "Your food has arrived, please sign for it." It's only been 20 minutes. That's fast. Yujosa opened the door in slippers, and his eyes immediately met Sisso, who had graduated from the Buried Love family and transferred to the electroconvulsive school for a major makeover and had even succeeded. Sisso put down his torch head. Not only was it dyed black, but it was also forced to be cut into a neat buzz cut. All the makeup on his face had been wiped off, leaving only the bridge of his nose wrapped in gauze, the corners of his mouth that had turned blue, and the yellow spots that had appeared due to hunger. He stood at the door in a courier's suit. Yujosa squinted and looked at him carefully. "You look a little familiar, bro. Have we met somewhere before?" Caesar trembled, and his perverted aura gradually rose. "Hee, you love me. You can even recognize me after I've become like this. Little baby, do you remember now? Baby. Bay." Yujosa suddenly looked like he had eaten shit. Other than Fei Yusi and Gua Digang, there was only one person in the world who could make the word baby sound like a pair of lovers sending each other off. It was the rotten apple Saiso. Yijosa thought carefully and said, "Since we used to be friends, I'll give you a bad review." Saiso was speechless. "I'll sue you for sexual harassment in the rating section." Saiso was speechless. "You even cut your buzz cut. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, but when you open your mouth, you still don't smell like Tianchi." Chapter 259. Saiso's favorite sport in his life was to spread his wings on the edge of death. He was like a piece of chewing gum. Once he found a target of interest, he would press forward and stick to it without fear of death. Whether it was the time when he tried his best to tease Illumi or the time when he chased after the phantom troop a few years ago, he enjoyed the joy and passion of battle. Even death could not stop him. Saiso longed to kill the strong, and also longed to be killed by the strong. His life should be burned to ashes in the battle to the death. His paranoia should be vividly displayed in blood. Therefore he was not afraid of beating up the enemy, mixed in with the phantom troop, and even provoked Fullus. For Saiso, the more strong people hated and retaliated, the happier his life would be. However, Saiso never thought that the consequence of being hated by a strong person was not death, but teaching you to be a new person. He looked forward to being killed by Uchiha Madara, but he never thought that the other party would actually force him to deliver the express. Whether it was a beating, whether it was a bloodletting, Saiso was fearless. He only felt excited and excited. He wanted to have a big fight with Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Madara smiled contemptuously, saying, "I've seen a lot of thorns like you. When I was on the battlefield, you were still wearing diapers. There's nothing that can't be solved by starving for 3 days. If there is, then I'll starve for another 3 days." Saiso returned an excited expression. He resolutely accepted the challenge. He was a powerhouse from Meteor Street. It was not a problem for him to starve. However, Saiso never expected that Uchiha Madara would be so shameless. Not only did he not give him food to eat, but he also called for Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Little D to sit in a row, face to face, and eat for him to see Saiso. What a terrifying mental attack. What a shameful way of doing things. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. Saiso achieved a phased victory. Then, a new round of enduring hunger began. After 6 days of starvation, Saiso was enlightened. He felt that as an unparalleled freak of his generation, it was too shameful for him to be reduced to a starving ghost. So he pretended to surrender and succumbed to the evil forces. After signing all kinds of unfair treaties, he received a bowl of rotten mushroom mixed rice. Early the next morning, Saiso was forced to put on all his clothes and go to work, carrying the express delivery. He had run away, resisted, and even thought of killing all his clients. But your father is still your father. When Uchiha Madara comes to the moon, even Saiso has to kneel down. What else could he do? What else could he do? Of course, he would keep the delivery company in his heart. However, even a pervert couldn't stand the job of delivery, especially in the face of the client's strange delivery requirements and harsh evaluation standards. It could be said that Saiso had suffered a lot. His smile was too weird, his red hair was not decent, men wear high heels, and how he walked more awkwardly than his wife. Saiso lived in the baptism of the Sharingan every day. It was worse than death, but he still stubbornly resisted. The results were as follows: he learned to smile implicitly, cut his hair into a proper buzz cut, wore cheap sneakers, and corrected his seductive demeanor. Saiso sincerely realized his mistake. He swore that if he could start over, he would rather find trouble with Yijosa than Uchiha Madara. Perhaps God loved him. Rewinding time so quickly, Yijosa was sent to him in minutes. Saiso trembled, but he didn't expect Yijosa to be so ruthless. Not only did he give a bad review, but he also complained that he was sexually harassed. The burden of life completely crushed Siso's young shoulders, making him cry like a 200-pound dog. Unfortunately, the plot was a little fairy that always liked to take a sharp turn. The next second, Uchiha Madara stopped checking the bad review rate. He took down the address at a glance, threw the food to them, and left through the window like the wind. 3 spiders and a pervert were left looking at each other, not knowing what happened. After a moment, Siso laughed in a low voice. Haha, interesting, that pervert actually left. Fei Tan, vigilante, and Shouty's expressions twisted. To be called a pervert by a pervert, Uchiha Madara, is indeed the devil himself. The devil himself. Uchiha Madara rushed to the hotel as fast as he could. Thanks to his frequent deliveries, the front desk staff basically knew him. Seeing a 5-star courier enter the door, not only did they not check, but they also quickly let him pass. Courier Uchiha, the legend of the logistics industry, the king of the best reviews of the year. The only time he failed was because a customer was accidentally killed by a robber and did not sign for it. Such a responsible courier, tall and handsome, why did they stop him from going through the procedure of searching and questioning? Which of the waiters present had not let him deliver packages? Which of them had not been subdued by his personality and charm? Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Madara climbed up the stairs. Yijiosa lived in a 5-star suite on the 23rd floor. Instead of taking the elevator directly, it was better for him to move his feet. The speed of the elevator was too slow. Uchiha Madara did not want to take the elevator. He would never admit that it was because of the sudden power outage when he took the elevator to deliver the package, which caused him to have to tear the elevator apart and scare the naughty kids. Uchiha Madara rushed to the 23rd floor as fast as he could, confirmed the room number, and pressed the doorbell of Yijiosa. A few seconds later, the door opened gently, and Uchiha Madara came face to face with Illumi, who had a long, straight, black, and expressionless face. Delivery. Illumi tilted her head, not seeing the package in Uchiha Madara's hand. Uchiha Madara took a step back, looked at the room number, and looked up and down at Illumi with a twisted face. You are a man. As an elder who often went on missions, Uchiha Madara was 100% confident in his memory and ability to handle affairs. In this new world full of European-style names, the name Yijiosa was strange. She must have ordered the meal, and she must be in this room. Then there was a problem. At about 10:30 p.m., in Yijiosa's room, a man with a long, straight, black, and expressionless face appeared. This time, this place, this gender, everything was wrong. It was not right at all. Uchiha Madara had always turned a blind eye to the relationship between Saishomaru and Yijiosa. After all, Saishomaru was his colleague in the kennel. Taking away Yijiosa could be considered as a domestic sale, but if it was someone else. It was like the daughter raised by the Uchiha family was taken away by a wolf. Where is Yijiosa? Uchiha Madara did not want to talk to Illumi, and threw out a dog. Where is she? Get out of the way. Illumi accepted the dog and stroked it a few times to see if it dropped any gold. She's eating. Uchiha Madara snatched the dog back and strangled its throat. At this time. Eating. Illumi grabbed the dog's hind legs and started a tug-of-war. She is very tired and hungry. I am very tired and hungry, and I need to eat. Now, please go back, you are delaying our meal time. Late at night, very tired and hungry, eating time. So what did you do before? Uchiha Madara smashed the dog's head and threw it into the hot pot. If you don't want to die. However, in the history of the game, only the Rocket Squad could say such harsh words at the end of every episode. Just as Uchiha Madara organized his words, he saw Yijiosa coming out of the star suite with a large chicken drumstick in his mouth. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Yijiosa was shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. He opened his oily arms and pushed away Alumi to hug Uchiha Madara. "Hey, Mr. Banshee, what a rare guest. What brings you here?" This tone of voice. For some reason, it gave people a bad feeling. Yijose pulled Uchiha Madara aside and invited him in. "Alumi, what are you waiting for? Go and receive the guest." Alumi asks Uchiha Madara. "I suddenly want to kill her." Uchiha Madara was pulled into the Building Socialism group. His business card was labeled Tibetan Mastiff Democracy. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the old acquaintances popping up one by one in the group. The veins on his forehead suddenly bulged. "Good, Aizen, Kimimaro, Saishomaru, 9 Orchid Flower, and Jinya are all here. Presumably, it won't be long before the Inaguchi Gumi becomes the globally wanted SSS class. Mad Dog Brigade." Kimimaro was in the Hunters Association. With 9 Orchid Flower by his side, he would be fine. Aizen created the Search Dog Brigade and made it their king. Now, he also had his own logistics organization. When he gathered a nest of spiders, he would be able to establish the strongest intelligence network. And the reason why they were working so hard was because. Is there any news about the others? Uchiha Madara glanced at Kirolo and Gilgamesh. These 2 dogs should be safe with their owner. Half of the people have gathered. There is no reason why they haven't arrived yet. It probably fell in some corner of the world. Yijose patted his belly after eating and drinking his fill. "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you asking if the others have arrived? I don't see you guys so united usually." Uchiha Madara pursed his lips and glanced at Alumi, indicating that there were people around and it was not convenient to talk. Yijose smiled and said, "Don't be defensive. Alumi is one of us." Irumi was expressionless and didn't say a word. Madara stared at him for a while with his Sharingan spinning, and then he raised his chin by 1 centimeter, looking extremely arrogant. "I have been in Yukakusein for a long time. Because of some special reasons, I usually deal with the Yakuza, so the information I get is very mixed." Uchiha Madara said coldly, "But there are a lot of them. There was a mafia boss who was assassinated in Yukakusein 7 days ago. Because he happened to be my client, I saved him. After that, I became his bodyguard for 5 days and accompanied him to see a lady with the ability to foresee, Neon." As soon as the name Neon came out, Alumi raised her eyes. Obviously, the ability of this prophet was known even by Shinigami. It's very strange. Her telekinesis can foresee what will happen in a month. Uchiha Madara said slowly, "In order to win me over, the boss personally paid Neon to foresee what will happen in this month." Then, Uchiha Madara took out the flat paper from his arms and spread it in front of Yijose. "Neon's divination will not directly write what will happen, but only vaguely tell others what will happen. The language of divination is presented in poetry, and the meaning of this poetry is ominous." Yijose took the paper and slowly read it word by word. The red leaf moon sent the devil, the pure white angel fell to the dust. The blue giant stepped on the shore, and sank into the deep sea when the frost fell. The light of the Tachi passed through life and death, and gave birth to a new regime in a pool of blood. The distant nature gave birth to a king, he is light and darkness. The snow moon is a red sea of flowers, and the plum moon accumulates white bones. When the world is burning with fire, God is still smiling and looking down on the world. Uchiha Madara looked up and stared at Yijose. "You. What do you think after reading it?" Yijose couldn't help but fall into silence. After a long time, he broke the stiff atmosphere and said with a sigh, "It's not easy to be a fortune teller these days. I also have to learn how to write poems for you." Chapter 260. What was the meaning of the poem? Yijiosa really couldn't understand it. He had learned the New World's common language for less than a year, and his understanding was still at the stage of a young child. Although he could pronounce the poem correctly, he was still far from being able to understand it. Nyan's divination poem had a profound meaning, and its expression was more of a stream of consciousness. It was only suitable for knowledgeable, imaginative, and sorrowful literature lovers to interpret it. It would not fall into Yijiosa's hands and be explained to such an extent that it would fall apart. I get it. Yijiosa's eyes lit up. Under the watchful eyes of Uchiha Madara and Nalumi, he immediately displayed the full score of reading comprehension in the college entrance examination. A devil has descended in the red leaf moon. A great villain will fall from the sky in September. How did the villain fall from the sky? Of course, it's because the airship he was on crashed and fell from a high altitude. Yijiosa answered the question seriously. A pure angel falls to the dust. The good and the villain ride the same airship and perish together. This sentence tells us not to buy the airship ticket in September. The good and the villain will fight in the sky, and there will be an air crash. Uchiha Madara x Nalumi. For some reason, he felt that what she said made sense. The blue giant steps on the other shore. Blue is the color of my great pure yang. And I, the pure yang, am the giant who stands at the peak of martial arts. Stepping on the other shore means conquering. Yijiosa raised his head and chest, full of confidence. The key of this sentence is to praise my martial arts skills. Sooner or later, I will conquer the world. Take the other side of the strait. Uchiha Madara x Nalumi. I'll just listen without saying anything. Let's see what kind of flower you'll praise. Sinking into the deep sea when the frost falls. Isn't it winter when the frost falls? Sinking into the deep sea is easier to explain. Not only do I want to conquer the land, but I also want to conquer the sea. The light of the katana transcends life and death. It tells us to sharpen the katana before fighting. This way, the reflection of the sun on the katana can blind the enemy and give us an opportunity to take advantage. Kolua talented student Lu Shilu was speechless. A new regime is born from a pool of blood. A pool of blood is red, which means the rise of a red regime. It is a beautiful prospect for the development of socialism. Far away, nature has given birth to a king. It's everyone's responsibility to protect nature. When the environment is good and the quality of life is high, the happiness of humans will increase, and the fertility rate will increase. Maybe one of the newborns will be a future president. He's both light and darkness. Isn't light white and darkness black? This means that he's a hybrid of a lucky king and an unlucky king. His future development will depend on his face. Uchiha Madara yawned, Nalumi sharpened her nails, and Kirolo crawled into the kennel to sleep. Gilgamesh felt a slight stomachache, so she squatted down to see if she needed to excrete. The snow moon is a sea of red flowers, signifying the success of the revolution. The plum moon is full of white bones, signifying a memorial to the martyrs. When the world is ablaze, it signifies that the corpses have been burned to ashes. God is still smiling as he looks down on the world, signifying that some people have died, but he will bless you from the heavens. In summary, this prophecy is mainly written in a stream of consciousness to tell us that a revolution is coming, and that political power will emerge from the barrel of a gun. Yijiosa folded the paper and returned it to Uchiha Madara. Do you understand? Everyone. No. I don't understand. Kirolo poked his head out, his eyes filled with indescribable complexity. He had always been interested in Nyan's prophecy ability, and if he had the chance, he would definitely steal it again. But now, a perfectly good prophecy poem had been dismembered by Yijiosa, and even he no longer yearned for this unique psychic ability. If everyone analyzed prophecy like this, what was the point of stealing the prophecy ability? To pollute one's mind. Kirolo was speechless. In all his life, he had never seen a person like Ijosa, whose brain was wired in a straight line. Uchiha Madara felt that he was indeed an idiot for handing the prophecy poem to Ijosa to interpret. He clearly had eyes and a 9-orchid flower as support, so why did he have to look for Ijosa? Ijosa could read fortunes and analyze them. Not really. Uchiha Madara was well aware of Ijosa's ability to fabricate nonsense. Her so-called divination was nothing more than an impromptu brainwashing. However, Uchiha Madara had forgotten that every time Ijosa read someone's fortune, after going around in circles, it would always develop in a strange direction before slowly moving down a similar path. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara refused to think too deeply. The moment she opened her mouth, she said, "It's late at night, I'm tired, and I'm going back." She firmly chose to bid farewell and took the new dog, Kirolo. The new dog could only be a dog by Ijosa's side, but after he brought him into the moonlit world, he might be able to provide a lot of intelligence and information. For example, are you a native of this world? Do you know the past or the future? Which one is your true form? I'll help you kill it. Before leaving, Uchiha Madara gave Gilgamesh a meaningful look. There was only one meaning in it: why are you still a dog? Gilgamesh was rendered speechless. The Hero King's dog face contorted. In fact, it wasn't his fault for not being able to take on a human form for a long period of time. If there was anything to blame, it was because every divine armament in the Gate of Babylon needed spiritual energy to be repaired. Vimona, Sword of Defiance, and Heaven's Lock needed a massive amount of spiritual energy to nourish them. Because of the king's treasure, he had lived a difficult life. He swore that he would never randomly throw artifacts again. He would pick up a few he threw out. This was all because of his brain. He must cherish it. After sending off Uchiha Madara and Integrity, Illumi carried Golden Retriever back to the room next door. For a moment, only Ijosa and the sleeping Oluja were left in the large suite. The atmosphere was very tranquil. After tucking Oluja in, Ijosa took a combat bath and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in loose pajamas, overlooking the brightly lit Yukaxean city. After a while, he sent a message to, "Are you asleep?" After a while, the other party gave him a short reply, "No." The corners of Ijosa's mouth curled up slightly. Without Saishomaru by his side and separated by FTF, even if he let loose, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Therefore, he began to roll in the waves. "Did you miss me?" The other party fell into a mysterious silence. Ijosa persisted, "I missed you so much." Saishomaru obviously didn't know how to flirt back, or it could be said that he couldn't give a reaction that a couple in love should have based on his ability as a single person. He could only silently watch Ijosa's performance and then put it into action. If she said that she missed him, then... Saishomaru put away his cell phone and jumped down from the top floor of the hotel. His fluffy tail fluttered like a flowing cloud as he slowly landed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 23rd floor where Ijosa lived. At that time, Ijosa was still typing furiously, and there was a strange sense of excitement in his eyes. Saishomaru raised his hand slightly and gently knocked on the glass window, dong dong dong. Then, he saw Ijosa raise his head and meet his eyes. In an instant, a blank expression appeared on her face. After a while, her eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. She held the cell phone and trembled slightly. Didn't she miss him? Why did she look like she had seen a ghost? Saishomaru floated to the beautifully carved balcony, landed lightly, and walked in steadily. With the slightly cold temperature of the night, he walked straight to Ijosa. "Actually, you only need to call my name." Saishomaru looked at her stunned face and said, I will come to your side. He was just stating a fact, mainly to express that as an excellent summoned beast, he had the wonderful quality of being on call. Between them, there was no need to do unnecessary things like taking out his cell phone and sending messages. Moreover, words like, "I miss you," could only be satisfied when he heard her say it in person. But he didn't know that when this statement fell into Yijiosa's ears, it caused a strong chemical reaction. A man who was usually serious used a serious tone to say ambiguous words. Not only did he not seem frivolous, but he also seemed cautious and charming. Why was he being pretentious? She missed him so much. Yijiosa immediately gave Saishomaru a bear hug. As the hot-blooded one, it was better to take advantage of him when the passion was aroused. He took the initiative to hook his arms around Saishomaru's neck, opened his fiery red lips, and kissed her mouth like a dog. Accompanied by a soft, pop sound, Saishomaru's eyes dimmed slightly. The big demon turned from guest to host. He lowered his head and sucked on her lips, and as he tossed and turned, he hooked a silver thread. There were some things that practice made perfect. It came from emotions and existed in one's nature. There was no need to learn too much, and it would come naturally. His hand slid down, and he lifted her buttocks. It was rare for her to cooperate, and she hooked her arms around his waist like an octopus. This time, the armor seemed a little disgusting. He took off her pajamas, and she accidentally tied his belt into a tight knot. The silver white and jet black intertwined, and they barely reached the edge of the bed, and it was hard to separate them. At this time, it was actually meaningless to worry about who was on top and who was on bottom, and whether it was a man or a woman. Life was so short, and who knew what would happen tomorrow? It was better to enjoy the moment. But at the same time, Yijiosa and Saishomaru suddenly turned their heads and saw Aluja biting her finger, staring at them with her pure blue eyes without blinking. Yijiosa x Saishomaru. What was with this awkward feeling, as if parents were being intimate but the child bumped into them? Wait a minute. They hadn't even had the time to do anything, and now they had to start explaining to the child. What are you guys doing? Aluja was extremely curious. Why are you biting each other? And taking off your clothes? Saishomaru paused, and just as he was about to reach for that manifestation at his waist, he realized that the zanpakuto had already fallen onto the carpet. At this moment, Saishomaru deeply understood what it meant to be troubled on the road to love. What kind of sin had he committed for something like this to always happen at critical moments? Aluja, right? He remembered it. Yijiosa didn't know how to explain, so he could only say dryly that we're playing wrestling. Yes, wrestling. Aluja nodded, not really understanding. The so-called wrestling was to press each other down, bite each other, and strip each other's clothes. The location was the bedroom, and the battlefield was the Simmons. Big sister. I want to play too. Aluja was eager to try. Yijiosa was speechless. Ancestor, I beg you to stop. Saishomaru didn't say anything. He just pulled up the quilt and threw it over Aluja's head. The child was excitedly holding the quilt, so Saishomaru picked up Yijiosa and went to the bathroom. Actually, this location was fine. It was just that facing the high-definition half-length mirror was a little too exciting. Aluja felt his way to the door and started scratching the wooden board. I want to play too. I want to play too. Yijiosa covered his face numbly. Saishomaru was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Can I kill him? Yijiosa. Your thoughts are very dangerous, young man. Forget it, he's still a child. Yijiosa comforted him, his fingertips sliding down his abdominal muscles. He decided to give the pitiful man a little something. I'll help you, Sai. At the same time, Koluo, who had been taken away by Uchiha Madara, saw his old friends, Fei Tan, Vigilante, and Little D, who had turned over a new leaf, as well as Sisso, who had successfully reformed through labor. Chapter 261. In Kuluolua's memory, the exploration team would gather in Yukaxian in September and launch a wanton massacre to plunder valuable auction items. In the blend of blood and fire, Wajin would die in the hands of Kalapika, Parker would die under restrictions, Sisso would show his claws and teeth, and he would be sealed and could only choose to leave the exploration team and travel far away. Until he met the psychic exorcist. Although time went back to the past, everything had yet to happen, but the beginning of everything always had its inevitability. Even though the exploration team had lost him, the head of the spiders, he firmly believed that, on the day of Yukaxian's grand auction, the spiders would still go all out. Killing and robbing were rooted in their instincts. They were vicious bandits who committed all sorts of crimes, burning, killing, and looting. From the moment they were abandoned on Meteor Street, the so-called human nature and bottom line were just a joke in their eyes. If they liked it, they would snatch it back, and if they were not interested, they would kill it. They would not change their original intentions of doing evil for anyone, nor would they compromise their code of conduct to reality. They only chose to see things in the dark, and only chose to move forward in the dark. The spiders were a whole. Even if they lost themselves, there were also heroes. Even if they lost heroes, there were also Parker and Maggie. The Phantom Troop would have a new leader and members. They would step on the bones of the dead and be arrogant forever. The above was the fantasy in Kuluolua's mind. After Yijiosa set foot on Yukaxian's land, he thought of countless ways to meet the exploration team, and he also decided to strike first, leaving a code to remind the exploration team to kill Kalapika. But he never expected that he would meet his three friends who worked as a courier as a dog. The most crazy thing was that he actually saw Sisso, who worked hard and knew his place. Kuluoluo felt that the world was broken. What had happened to the spiders? Could it be that after losing him, they had to change their career to become a courier to make a living? And what was going on with Sisso? Did he not cultivate Little Apple and not look for toys? What the eyes saw was not necessarily real, but it must be very realistic, and without PS Kurolo felt that this was even scarier than the entire adversary family renouncing their past and starting charity work. This was even more shocking than having a PhD student or having a flying tank grow to a height of 1.6 meters. Uchiha Madara pinched the back of his neck and placed him on the floor. The starving Fei Tan, Vigilante, Little D, and Sisso stared at him intently. The atmosphere was rather sinister. While Uchiha Madara was taking a shower, they extended their evil claws to Kuluoluo. Not bad. It's very heavy. Vigilante stared at the dog's round belly. There's a lot of fat. We can use it to make oil. Next time when we go to the garbage dump, we can use some bread to eat. Fei Tan had already taken out a knife from the kitchen. Regardless of whether we'll be beaten up later, let's kill it first. I'm good at dismembering human bodies, so I'll cut open its stomach. Do you have any objections? Sisso was excited. Eat it up after you dismember it. If Uchiha Madara asks, tell him that the dog ran away from the front door. Little D had taken out a bowl, chopsticks, and wasabi. Dog sashimi. I'm ready. Fei Tan raised his knife, his eyes glowing with a hungry green light as he approached Kuluoluo step by step. It wasn't until he became the meat on the chopping board that Krollo finally understood how the victims felt when they were killed by them all those years ago. However, Kuluoluo never regretted what he had done, nor would he repent for his sins. Even with death looming over his head, he remained calm and did not bark. He only sharpened his claws and lightly drew words on Vigilante's arm. I'm Kuluoluo. Naturally, he used the code word of the exploration team. Vigilante trembled and his eyes narrowed. He suddenly reached out to block Fei Tan's knife and turned to look at Kulolo. His face was extremely distorted. Group. Let go, Vigilante. Fei Tan passed the knife to his other hand, but he did not expect Vigilante to move faster and restrain him. Fei Tan was instantly annoyed. What are you doing, Vigilante? If you delay any longer, my supper will be gone. No, stop. This is Captain. Vigilante yelled, his face full of disbelief. The Labrador nodded its head in satisfaction. Fei Tan, Little Drop, and Sisso were all petrified. It steadily raised its paw, rubbed the pen on the short table, and began to write. He could even help others cheat in the Tower of Despicable Traps, let alone recognize a member of the exploration team. I'm Kulolo, your captain. Due to some accident, I became a dog. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Little Drop trembled as she held her bowl and chopsticks. Behind her glasses, Cazalin's big eyes were filled with tears. You're the captain. You're actually the captain. Yes, Little Drop, I'm the captain. Little Drop's tears fell as she held her bowl and chopsticks tightly. Looks like there's no supper tonight. Coincidentally, the stomachs of the 4 people rumbled, and the room was instantly filled with a dispirited atmosphere. They were like vengeful spirits squatting in the corner, so unlucky that mushrooms could grow out of them. Kulolo was speechless. Fortunately, Vigilante was still rational. After all, he was the brain of the exploration team, and his IQ was still there. He squatted down and looked at Kulolo. After confirming some obscure information with him, he took out his phone and looked for someone to contact. After a while, he stared blankly at the flashing light on his phone. Then, he put away his phone and lowered his voice. The Kulolo in the exploration team is a fake. He had asked 2 Kuluolos about the same private message. One Kulolo didn't answer, but a dog gave the correct answer. What did this mean? It meant that the dog beside them was the real one. And Kulolo, who held the lifeline of the exploration team and made the decisions, was a fake. How could a fake be compared to the real one? It seemed that on the day of the team's assembly, they had to first plan to kill the fake one. Fake. Fei Tan snorted. We've been fooled by a fake for so long. Yeah, the plan has to be rearranged. Vigilante rubbed his chin. The fake one told us that in order to steal Nyan's telekinesis, we have to kill a chain hand. TSK, the enemy of our enemy, can be used. We can work with the chain hand. Kulolo didn't interfere with Vigilante's plan. After all, it was a good thing to get rid of Kulolo with Kalapika's help. Maybe once the other party died, he would return to normal. After all, being a dog was very inconvenient. But, Captain, how did you become a dog? Vigilante hesitated for a while, but still rubbed the Labrador's fur. Could it be? Vigilante suddenly turned his head and looked into the depths of the apartment. In the bathroom, the sound of running water could be heard. He thought he understood something. Captain, I understand your difficulties. It was your misfortune to meet Uchiha Madara. Vigilante wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't worry, Captain. Although you are a dog, as long as you deliver packages with us tomorrow, you can still make a living. Kulolo. Wait, what packages? When Kulolo had just figured out the cause and effect of delivering packages, Uchiha Madara came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. He was wearing a dark blue bathrobe. He raised his chin and told everyone that it was dark, go back to bed and sleep. The 4 of them quickly rolled away, and even Sisso was tamed to be very obedient. Kulolo silently looked at the back of the flying titan and the disobedient Siso. He decided that a wise man submits to the circumstances and doesn't want to be an enemy of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara asked him to follow and walked into a minimalist living room. When the handsome man with long black hair sat in the center, Kirolo finally saw the magnificent and treacherous pair of Sharingan. The Magatama turned into a line, turned into a new pattern, and spun faster and faster. Kulolo saw himself being pulled into a barren world. The land was barren, the torii was dilapidated, and even the moon above was filled with ominous scarlet. Not far away, there were piles of bones, and the river was dripping with blood. Ha! He heard Uchiha Madara sneer, looked around, and then turned around. This is your spiritual world. It seems that many people have died in your hands. His spiritual world. No, that's not right. At this height, he returned to human form. Kulolo smiled gently. Killing is a habit, and I'm sure you are used to it. Ha! Uchiha Madara glanced at him. Your smiling face is as uncomfortable as Aizen. But compared to Aizen, your strength is like an ant. Aizen. What a familiar name. Are they in cahoots? What's your name? Kulolo Rizulu. Kulolo didn't hide it. Kulolo and Siso's strength was comparable, and Aizen was a strong person who KO'd Siso in one move. But when Uchiha Madara mentioned the name Aizen, he was still arrogant and casual, as if the other party was not a big deal. Kulolo studied psychology, so he could naturally distinguish whether the other party was bluffing or relying on real strength. Obviously, Uchiha Madara was the latter. This analysis further increased the fear Kululuo had for him. In the world woven by the Sharingan, Kululuo's spiritual fluctuations couldn't escape Uchiha Madara's perception. But he didn't say anything and let the other party carefully test him, and he even used his sarcasm to attack the other party's strength. Weak, on the same level as Phantom Squadron. Uchiha Madara sneered, your strength in Inaguchi group is only comparable to Jinya and Shinichi Kudo. Kulolo. What is Inaguchi group? A new Yakuza force. Jinya is just a child, and he will go higher than you in the future. In other words, Kulolo was at the bottom of Inaguchi group. And the new dog didn't have time to cultivate feelings with his seniors, and he didn't have the friendship of the previous few worlds. If he encountered something in the future, he would most likely be beaten badly by his colleagues. Since you become a new dog, except for those who must be killed, I advise you not to kill innocent people. Uchiha Madara sneered, I'm not interested in knowing what your relationship with Phantom Squadron is, but you have to think clearly before you do anything. How many times can your dog life be tortured by the owner? Owner. Yijosa. She hates indiscriminate killers. Uchiha Madara said meaningfully, she won't ask about your past, but she will intervene in your future. When Kulolo quickly calculated the pros and cons and guessed the deeper meaning of Kuroto's words, he found that the illusion had disappeared, and he returned to Guzi's body. He looked up and found that the hour and minute hands were still at the original point, unmoving. In the blink of an eye, the second hand began to rotate, one tick after another, and the stagnant time and space slowly flowed again. Is this the power of the Sharingan? It's really enviable. When Yijosa woke up, Saishomaru was no longer by his side. But there was still a residual warmth beside the pillow, indicating that Saishomaru had not left for long. There was a hot breakfast on the bedside table, which was a silent consideration. However, there was only one portion of breakfast. It seemed like Oluka really had a grudge against Saishomaru. Yijosa got up and found that his hands were red and swollen. He couldn't help but feel a little lucky that he didn't go to bed. Otherwise, according to Saishomaru's size and energy, his body would be crippled even if he didn't die. Being a single dog for 400 years is really scary. Wait, where's Oluka? He only remembered that Aluga scratched the door outside the bathroom, and then there was the passion of almost having sex, and Saishomaru's teasing moans in his ear. In the end, he got tired of playing and fell asleep with Futon Tail in his arms. So, where's Aluga? Don't tell me he was silenced. Joseph got up and called out, Aluga, Weiss. Finally, he followed the moans and dug out the silly child who was tied up in the half-open closet. Joseph. Saishomaru's tolerance is a little smaller than a soybean. After washing up with Aluga, thinking that the child had been wronged all night, he could only give him the love breakfast. After 20 minutes of eating, Aluga seemed to have amnesia and didn't mention a word about last night's wrestling game. Joseph breathed a sigh of relief and decided to take advantage of the good weather to go to Enchanting. He took Aluga out and bumped into Illumi, who had faint dark circles under her eyes, and the golden retriever, who looked dispirited and obviously hadn't had enough sleep. What's wrong with you guys? Was there an enemy attack last night? Joseph was surprised. For the first time, Illumi's dark eyes showed a sense of condemnation. My 5 senses are very good. Even a good soundproof wall is no different from paper to me. Joseph. I heard Aluga scratching the door. Under Joseph's awkward expression, Illumi's tone remained flat. You can't wait to get married. You don't even care about your children. Is it because it's exciting? Joseph. No. It's not like that. It's not like that. Aluga. Illumi stretched out her hand and rubbed Aluga's head. Did you enjoy the bed exercise last night? Aluga raised his face with a smile. Yes. I've learned a lot. In the future, he would like to work with Qi Guang. Guanidine yellow wren picking fiber? Gue Illumi nodded and didn't say anything wrong. The sex education for the enemy guests was very early. Only Aluga was locked in the depths of the main house because of his special physique. Now that he was outside, it was time to understand. So, in front of Joseph's thunderous face, Illumi said then I'll remember. He showed a scary smile as if he understood something. When I get married in the future, I'll let my brothers watch together. Free live education. Not only is it exciting, but it can also save money on late-night premium channels. Joseph. He really understood how Illumi lived to the age of 24 with her own ability. Her brain circuit was so clear that even Shiba and Kikyu would cry if they heard it. Let your brothers go, they're just a group of children. And you can't get a wife at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Before the gathering day of the Phantom Troop, Maki and Nobunaga arrived at Enchanting. It was 8:00 in the morning, the peak hour of the breakfast street. They sat together under a big umbrella and asked for enough food and drinks. Regular payment or murder? Nobunaga took out his pocket to show that he had no money. I lost my money to the slot machine. Maki spread out her hands. I don't have money either. Old rules. The spiders never paid for their meals. When they were in a good mood, they would eat and dash and leave. When they were in a bad mood, they would slaughter a lot of people after eating and dashing. Only a few times when they were satisfied, they would be merciful and take out money. This time was the same. If the waiter came out to collect the debt, then they would all be killed. Nobunaga and Maki chatted, and 3 tables away from them, Joseph and his friends just sat down. Because middle-aged people couldn't afford to be injured, they all eat healthy food. The food that Joseph ordered was more in line with Hua Xiao's breakfast style. At that time, when he was just half full and was about to enter the next bun, he saw a waitress rushing out with a shy look and stopped a man and a woman. Sorry, 2 guests, I'm really sorry to delay your time. The 2 of you haven't paid yet, so. Nobunaga slowly pulled out his knife, and his eyes were cold. Do you want money or life? Little girl. Maki frowned slightly, and her sixth sense seemed to tell her that something was wrong. The waitress took a step back, but still firmly said, "Sorry, please understand our difficulties, the two of you haven't paid yet." Crash! In an instant, the knife struck like lightning and crossed the waitress's face. The waitress's body burst into a large piece of blood, and she was split in half like tofu. The bun in Yijosa's hand fell to the ground. Maki, kill them all. Okay. In the next second, the perception line that was as thin as a steel wire instantly penetrated into the crowd, crisscrossing and cutting the living people into pieces in minutes. Screams sounded, and the crowd scattered. Blood filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood completely cut off Yijosa's rational nerves. Fuck you. Yijosa jumped up, pulled out a long sword, and cut the wire that was as sharp as a steel wire. He backhanded and instantly cast Flying Shield, hitting Maki's face. Then, he tiptoed and shot out like a sharp arrow, but with a clanged sound, his sword had already collided with Nobunaga's knife. Sparks flew, and Yijosa blocked the knife with his right hand, and slapped Nobunaga's face with his left hand. Fuck you. If you are so powerful, then go to the battlefield. Motherfucker, you are showing off here. I will fucking kill you. Maki went straight for Yijosa's back. Without saying a word, Yijosa took out a sword from his backpack and immediately activated Seven Excellency's ultimate skill. Along with a blinding light, Nobunaga and Maki were sent flying and crashed into the wall. They couldn't be pulled down no matter how hard they tried. Yijosa stepped on the blood on the ground, took out the pot lid from backpack, walked in front of the two, and mercilessly slapped them, breaking their ribs and leg bones. Death is too easy for you. Go repent in the Tower of Scum Traps. Yijosa sneered. There are many prisoners on death row. Then, he took out his phone and live-streamed Kimimura's call, informing him to arrest them. After that, before the police arrived, Yijosa finally remembered the great use of the summoned beast Saishomaru. He opened the map channel, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Fuqiang! Save them!" Almost immediately, a ball of milky white light came from afar and paused in the sky, as if it understood Yijosa's intention. Saishomaru pursed his lips, but he still took out the innate tooth and floated down, harvesting the netherworld envoys one by one like harvesting chives. A minute later, Illumi, who had already finished dealing with the cameras, returned to the original spot with the dog and Aluja. Together with Saishomaru and Yijosa, they tied up the two terrorists and left. The street that was dyed red with blood showed the following scene from a horror movie. First, there were screams, then panicked roars. When they realized that everyone was about the same, the group of dead people suddenly calmed down. I'm not dead yet. Oh my god, I'm not dead even after being broken into pieces. Ah, wait a minute, make way. That's my leg, yes, it's my leg. Pass it to me, thank you. Please, you're pressing on my intestines. Fuck. Get up. That's my kidney. This is too much. This pair of B cups is yours. Give me back my C cup. Chapter 262. Yukexion's bustling commercial street made headlines because of a bloody incident. However, due to the fact that the cause, process, and result of the incident were filled with magical colors, in the eyes of ordinary people who did not know what psychic was, it was just a parody of a real-life show. A large section of the street was drenched in fresh tomato juice, coupled with the broken limbs of the plastic models and the dedicated performance of the extras. There was a wave of uniformed police shows and amateur paparazzi reports, which earned enough gimmicks for Yukexion's upcoming auction. Everyone had seen this kind of hype method many times. If they really believed it, they would be fools. Thus, under the intentional or unintentional suppression of Yukexayan's black and white gang in the imagination of the people for their own amusement, a massacre ended in the form of a prank, becoming a laughingstock for everyone after dinner. The surface world was peaceful and beautiful, and the inner world was busy and tormented. Ichijose had lost his appetite after capturing Maki and Nobunaga before waiting for Kimimaro to take over the criminal. He was in a state of silence and hidden anger, his expression very ugly. He knew that in this new world, telekinesis users were at the top of the food chain. He also understood that the existence of psychic was the boundary between people. The existence of the Hunters Association was necessary. Gathering telekinesis users and restraining them was the main way to maintain peace. It was reasonable for them not to open up the concept of psychic to ordinary people. After all, humans who had not been screened had psychic abilities, just like children who had no sense of right and wrong holding machine guns. It would only cause unrest in society. However, in a situation where ordinary people neither knew psychic, nor did they guard against psychic, why didn't they first restrain powerful telekinesis users with antisocial personalities? If he hadn't met him today, if Saishomaru didn't have natural teeth, then would the people on this entire street have died innocently and then been hurriedly covered up by a few symbolic words of condemnation and comfort and buried forever in the grave? Ichijose couldn't tolerate it because he deeply understood that if he didn't have a cheat and a fortuitous encounter, he would just be one of the many living beings. At that time, who would care about his life and death? Who would care about his fate? Who would take care of his family? He couldn't help but think, if he was just an ordinary student, eating an ordinary breakfast on an ordinary morning, and then inexplicably dying on the street. Why? An expert's life was a life, but was his life not a life? What right did they have to hurt people who had nothing to do with them? Ichijose had never changed his original intention and stand, because he had experienced the deepest pain, so he understood how much ordinary people needed a hero. He didn't want to be a hero, but at least, he didn't want to feel guilty. The bandits of the Phantom Troop were so arrogant. The Hunters Association and all the political leaders were really useless. If the fire didn't burn their own heads, they would be too lazy to care. Fortunately, Kimimaro was a reliable person, and he didn't hesitate at all to take over. However, Ichijose didn't expect that Kimimaro would not only bring 9 orchid flower to Yukexayan, but also Aizen. Medical Fern in the spacious and luxurious room of the hotel, a group of people surrounded the 2 unlucky spiders with blank expressions and began to discuss the treatment plan. They wouldn't refute Ichijose's suggestion. For the evil people, death was indeed easy and convenient. It was better to seal their minds and throw them into the cheap trap tower for life imprisonment. After losing their freedom, they would torture each other with the death row prisoners for a lifetime. However, Aizen was a ruthless person. The reason why he came here was to squeeze all the value of the Phantom Troop. When it came to conspiracy, Aizen had always been the ancestor. He smiled and found Uchiha Madara, pointed to the unlucky spiders and arranged a few words. Uchiha Madara nodded to show cooperation. Then, Aizen gave 9 orchid flower a look. The latter understood and walked slowly to the front of the 2 spiders. 9 orchid flower had brown hair and black eyes. He was handsome and gorgeous. As long as he didn't show his sharp fangs, he looked like a melancholy and indifferent noble son. But at this time, he was wearing a spotless white suit. He squatted down and gently lifted Maggie's chin with his index finger, which was wearing a white glove. Even though Maggie was used to the elegant and intellectual appearance of Killua, she couldn't help but indulge in it for a moment. The vampire ancestor's charm before the hunt, as long as it was a woman, couldn't resist it. This was a visual temptation and also a spiritual indulgence. 9 orchid flower took off his glove indifferently, and his sharp nails scratched Maggie's blood vessels. He picked up a few drops of blood and licked it quietly. His half-closed blood eyes flashed with a dangerous light. At 9:00 in the evening the day after tomorrow, the Phantom Troop will gather in the abandoned industrial area of Yukaxin. One of the abilities of 9 Orchid Flower was to get people's memories, intelligence, emotions, and information from tasting blood. If the amount of blood was enough, he could develop the blood donor into a blood slave. It's just that he didn't want to. Maggie and Nobunaga's pupils suddenly shrank. 9 Orchid Flower continued lazily. The leader of the Phantom Troop is called Kiryuo. His ability is to steal other people's telekinesis. There is an enhanced type Takumi who is more difficult to deal with, but he is simple-minded and easy to deal with. Shut up, Nobunaga roared loudly, but Aizen stepped on his head and pressed it to the carpet. Maggie squirmed and wanted to resist, but she was caught off guard by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. With a thud, Maggie fell onto the carpet, unconscious. Facing a room full of extremely fierce bosses, and then looking at the 2 spiders who tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice, Alumi tilted her head and thought carefully. She decisively moved closer to Yijiosa and lowered her sense of presence. Kubi's ability is replication, Fei Tan is a fighting maniac, and Parker can read people's memories. This ability is good, it can be used in torture. 9 Orchid Flower slowly revealed all the information, and the bloody light in his eyes was still not extinguished. Their strength is good, and the vitality in their blood is very strong. Kimimaro nodded slightly. Got it, I'll give you 500 cc each. To put it bluntly, vampires were monsters and inanimate objects. The reason why they liked to drink blood was because human blood was full of vitality. And vitality is precisely the energy that corpses can never produce by themselves. They can only be ingested from the outside world, and the best food is human. Gradually, the ingestion of vitality evolved into a vampire's appetite. This kind of appetite can be suppressed by willpower, but it can't be reduced. It will only make the vampire feel more and more hungry over time. Even to the extent that they lose their mind and start killing. 9 Orchid Flower has shouldered a lot of responsibilities, and for the sake of the responsibilities on his shoulders, he deliberately suppressed his appetite and took blood coagulants for a long period of time. Originally, he would have endured it as always, but Kimimaro and Aizen didn't agree with his method of suppressing his appetite. There are billions of people in the New World, and each person only contributes 200 cc, isn't that enough to feed you? I'm here to inform you that Aizen has sent someone to disguise a paid blood cart, and after circling around the arena, they've already prepared half a year's worth of dry food for you. The blood of a telekinesis ability user tastes good. Got it, Aizen, and I will keep an eye out. Days passed, and 9 Orchid Flower was fed until his face glowed, and his strength increased greatly. Up until now, he could very naturally confess his appetite and requests, and as a predator, he had his eyes on the remaining spiders. However, Yukaxein couldn't stay for long, he still had other missions. When Kimimaro picked up 2 spiders and left, 9 Orchid Flower nodded reservedly and said goodbye to everyone. When he passed by Yijiosa, he only smiled warmly and handed him a card. His lips opened and closed, and he said the most touching words. Thank you for taking care of me in the past. 9 Orchid Flower smiled faintly. Human wealth is useless to me, so please accept it for me. The password is very simple, 6 zeros. Yijiosa stared blankly at the card in his palm, unable to react in time. The next second, Kimimaro immediately threw away the spiders and handed over his bank card. Sir, this is a bonus, please accept it. The password is very easy to remember, 6 zeros. Ha, it's just wealth. How can I, Kimimaro, fall behind a vampire? Alumi stared at them with a profound gaze. Yijiosa was stunned. Wait. Why are you giving me this? Wait. I'll be embarrassed if I don't give it to you. Aizen smiled, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Take it, the password is 6 zeros. Swipe it as you like. Ha, Eisen. Add Dr. Lemon Bandit Dong. Pull. Tearing Polypus with fan. Beauty model Yijosa was speechless. Here. Uchiha Madara threw a black card into Yijosa's palm with the precise angle of throwing a shuriken. This is a tribute given to me by the black and white forces. I won't mistreat my owner. The password is also 6 zeros. Yijosa was speechless. I understand the logic, but why are the passwords all 6-foot zeros? 6s are more domineering. Illumi memorized the 6 zeros and continued to stare at Yijosa's card. At this time, Saishomaru walked forward expressionlessly and glanced at the pile of cards in Yijosa's hand. He was silent and seemed to be comparing their appearances. After a while, he took out a golden card from his wide sleeve and put it in Yijosa's hand. For you. Yijosa said dryly, where did you get this? Rock music. Saishomaru looked up and reminded her. Where do you think the breakfast at the bedside came from? Yijosa was speechless. Rock music. Isn't that a slot machine? What the hell, what did you do when I couldn't see you? When he couldn't see. Saishomaru naturally went for a walk. He just happened to pass by a game center and saw this money-making entertainment activity, so he stepped inside, used a free chance to experience it, and casually shook the card. Fortunately, Saishomaru hit the jackpot. He actually shook the all colors that had never happened before in history, and won the grand prize of 3 million ringgit. Saishomaru took the card and was silent for a while. Then, he exchanged 10 coins for a rock music. As it turned out, Saishomaru, who could take out the broken teeth from his body, had been lucky since he was young. With these 10 coins, not only did he reach the pinnacle of his dog life, but he also almost drove the game center owner crazy. In the end, as the owner cried and begged, Saishomaru waved his sleeves and took away a huge sum of money. And now, this huge sum of money was naturally given to his own woman. He, Saishomaru, would use his luck to prove who was the dog that was truly favored by the little dog of fate. Everyone who had basically pieced together the truth. Illumi, who was eagerly staring at the pile of cards. She was so angry that she couldn't even maintain a smile. Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower escorted the 2 unlucky spiders away, but Eisen stayed behind. His smoky gray eyes were filled with indescribable gloom. He walked past Yijosa and walked towards Illumi. His gaze was deep, but his lips curled into the warmest smile. Illumi, beat the enemy, I want to discuss a business deal with you. He emphasized beat the enemy, not just Illumi. Yijosa threw a warning look at Eisen. Beat the enemy is only a business of assassins. Eisen, what do you want? Eisen seemed even more harmless. I want to hire Illumi to help me get rid of the 10 old men. The 10 old men are the leaders of the underworld. They have killed many people and committed many tragedies. They are all people who deserve to die. Do you need me to submit an application to you? Eisen smiled. Master, if you want a rotten dynasty to be reborn, you must first clean up the parasites. I can guarantee that I won't touch the beneficial parasites, but no one is better than me in cleaning up the parasites and dealing with the aftermath. It's true that the 10 old men stabilized the underworld, but they also indulged the Phantom Troop, didn't they? The Phantom Troop gathered in Yukaxian in September, and along the way, there were massacres one after another. But why didn't any news spread out? Do you understand now? The 10 old men have been sitting in a high position for a long time, and they can only see their own interests. Eisen continued, only by breaking the deadlock and reshuffling the cards can we take the initiative in our hands. Aizen never hid his ambition, especially after becoming the Spirit King. He hoped that he would always be in an invincible position. Since he chose Yijosa's side, he would naturally fight against the predators to the end. And with the power, status, and identity of the new world, it was like mastering power. As long as this power was used properly, they would inevitably get the right time, the right place, and the right people, and they wouldn't have to worry about winning. If Yijosa was good at using reasonable and convincing words to brainwash people, then Aizen was good at using in-depth analysis of the facts to brainwash people. As soon as Aizen opened his mouth, Yijosa's brain suddenly couldn't handle it. But thinking of Aizen's temperament, Yijosa still caught his reason and asked, "What do you want?" "World peace." "It's fake." Aizen was extremely pleased and solemnly promised, "Everything I do is for the nuclear peace of the world." Yijosa. Aizen took Illumi away for a detailed discussion. Uchiha Madara and Saishomaru left one after another and then gathered together in another guest room. At that time, Illumi took the task and went out to arrange, while Aizen turned on his cell phone and dialed a number. "Kalapika, right? You're the descendant of the Cave Tower clan, right?" Aizen smiled. "Don't be nervous, young man. No one knows about you except me." "Well, what do I want?" "I just feel pity for you, indulging in hatred at such a young age and wasting your good talent." Aizen said softly, "I'll use the telekinetic information of all the members of the Phantom Squadron in exchange for 10 years of service. How about it?" The information of 9 Orchid Flower was used by Aizen as a favor and a powerful chess piece. Chapter 263. Aizen had never revealed its plan to Yijosa, nor did it want her to come into contact with the storm circle that it had planned. This was not because it looked down on her, belittled her, or even rejected her, but because it valued her and protected her and used her as a trump card to turn the situation around. Wasn't /T the true representative of the Raiders to kill the Guardians? Although Yijosa wasn't /T someone who could be easily manipulated, as the saying goes, 2 fists can /T fight 4 hands. There would always be times when she couldn't /T handle it. And if Yijosa fell, they would also suffer. The Raiders came for plunder / this group of people could be plundered once. Naturally, they would be plundered a second time. Therefore, Yijosa had to be hidden like a general while they had to turn into soldiers and fight in front of the formation, and through the information obtained from direct combat, they had to sort out the most effective attack plan. If they didn't /T die, it would be a great fortune. If they died, it wouldn't /T matter. According to Yijosa S personality, if they died to protect her, she would definitely fight with everything she had to fight, kill, take revenge, and then think of a way to resurrect them. As long as she had this ruthlessness and tenacity, even if the orthodox wanted to kill her, it would be impossible. Aizen wasn't /T afraid of Yijosa fighting, he was afraid that she wouldn't /T fight. In order to let her fight, he had planned more than a dozen different scripts. Whether it was his colleagues or the owner, they were all thrown into the unknown chessboard by him. There were only 24 hours left before the auction. Aizen paid Illumi a huge deposit to buy the life of the 10 old men. They also calculated the time to recruit Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower, and told them with a smile that they would accompany Illumi. Illumi protested, "I can complete this mission on my own. Why should 2 more people share the loot?" Aizen replied with a reassuring smile, "Please bring them to broaden their horizons. I will pay you double the on-site teaching fee." Illumi looked at the future big boss Kimimaro and the max-leveled boss 9 Orchid Flower. Illumi was skeptical about Seiji's words about bringing them to broaden their horizons. However, there was no such thing as money when it came to beating up an enemy. When Aizen generously offered an astronomical figure, Illumi agreed without hesitation. Then he regretted it. Aizen had prepared a huge, luxuriously decorated private airship for the three of them. Not only was it not low-key, if it flew all the way out of Yukakusen, it would be extremely conspicuous. Illumi scolded, "Change to a gray or black airship." Aizen smiled and fed the big cat. "As long as you dare to ride it, it's yours." Illumi boarded the airship without hesitation, followed by Kimimaro and 9 Orchid Flower. Most of the passers-by were shocked to see the shiny titanium alloy Tycoon's airship swaying out of Yukakusen. The spectators let out sounds of envy, jealousy, and hatred while raising their mobile phones to shoot, post, and talk about it. After that, Aizen booked tickets for the auction for Yijiosa and Aluga and sent them away. Then he called Uchiha Madara and asked him to do something together. Since one of them was good at Sharingan and the other was good at Mirage, they decided to pretend to be Maki and Nobunaga and sneak into the spider's nest. Maki and Nobunaga had long been locked up by Shuriken, and now the Phantom Troop had lost their vigilante, and the news of the outside world was still in a semi-closed state. At this moment, it was the best opportunity to sneak in. Uchiha Madara used transformation technique to turn into Maki, and Aizen covered his sword with Mirage and turned into Nobunaga. They leaped from the 20-story building one after another and rushed to the abandoned industrial area of Yukakusen. 15 minutes later, Saishomaru followed the scent of the wind and followed closely behind. On the other side, after confirming that Uchiha Madara had left, Vigilante was exchanging information with Parker. They were discussing how to get rid of Kurolo, but Parker solemnly told Vigilante that it was not possible. "Why?" Vigilante typed quickly. Parker looked at the screen and frowned at a young boy in the ruins and replied, "Tamer is beside him." The young Tamer was a senior predator and called himself Hebrew, which means God. He was a homicidal maniac who was accustomed to using naivety to cover up his ambitions. He had tortured and killed many guardians, and he had also devoured the children of destiny with strong luck. Since embarking on the path of defying the heavens, he had gained advanced skills such as protagonist aura, lifespan, and life-saving puppets. He had also incorporated an army of dire beasts. Before encountering the true faction, Sibylle was almost invincible. All the guardians and the protected who were targeted by him would end up as food for his pets. He had been looking for a chance to kill Authentic and then occupy the fragment of the Lord God, but unexpectedly, the group of stupid collaborators not only lost the fragment but also lost the thief. In order to avoid facing the anger of Authentic, he had to come to the human society and cooperate with Kurolo to find it. Sibylle, on the other hand, was a little dispirited. He discovered that even the beast tamer skill, which had always been successful, would sometimes fail. For example, now, whether he ordered the rats to search or controlled the ants and flying insects, he couldn't find the shadow of the thief. It was as if they disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace. If it weren't for Yukakusen's grand auction and the possibility of bumping into the thief, Hebrew didn't want to sit in the ruins with Kurolo and wait for a group of weak spiders. The surrounding prohibition was triggered. 10 seconds later, the figures of Maki and Nobunaga swept across the ruins, found a position that could be attacked and defended, and stood firmly. Maki was an ice beauty, usually cold and unapproachable, which was just right for Uchiha Madara's arrogant disguise. Nobunaga was a fighter, hot-blooded and impulsive, and was good at using swords, which was just right for Aizen, whose acting skills were top-notch. They didn't communicate with each other throughout the whole process, but they had a tacit understanding. With their many years of experience as the henchmen of the big bosses, they naturally recalled the expression and behavior of their subordinates when they saw them. Almost immediately, Uchiha Madara and Aizen said in unison, "Commander." It was a plain statement without any superfluous words, standard, concise, and clear, revealing both respect and familiarity. Kirolo closed the book and smiled. You're a little late. Uchiha Madara glanced at the nest of spiders, thinking of the few half-dead spiders at home. He put on Maki's skin and said in a cool tone, Commander, shouldn't it be Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drop who are late? Kirolo dispelled a trace of suspicion and closed the book in his hand. Yes, we won't be able to wait for them today. Aizen recalled Nobunaga's clothes, behavior, and tone, and felt that he was a sloppy master who didn't care about his appearance and was obsessed with kendo. His mind was relatively simple, and his actions were careless. After all, it was not difficult to guess the mind of a samurai who walked for a long time in wooden clogs without washing his feet, and wore a bathrobe with a big chest. Just like Grimjow, who he raised in the virtual circle, he was obviously a master with a lot of blood. Therefore, when Kirolo just turned his eyes, Aizen opened his dead fish eyes, slumped his shoulders, and sat down in the ruins without hesitation, like Yijosa who slumped like a salted fish. While Uchiha Madara looked like he had eaten shit, Aizen abandoned his dignity and pretentiousness. He even stretched out his hand and scratched his neck and hair, looking extremely sloppy. Commander, is everyone here? What are we going to do today? His tone was full of impatience, but he went straight to the point. Kirolo did not suspect anything. He glanced at Hebrew and said, Wu Jin is still out there fighting for food. Forget it, let's not wait for him. Then, Kirolo took out a stack of photos from the book in his hand, threw them out one by one, and accurately landed next to everyone. The mission has changed. I will go to Nyan in advance, and Hebrew will help me get rid of Chainhand and Siso. As for you guys, your main task is to turn Yukaxian upside down and find this man and his dog. In the photo, there was a picture of Yoshi Asakura's cold face covered in blood, and the seriously injured dog in his arms. Uchiha Madara and Aizen's acting skills were superb. Not only did they not show the slightest surprise, but their hands did not even tremble. Aizen maintained the image of being a lot of blood, and asked in a bored tone, looking for someone. A man with a dog in his arms. Commander, this kid looks at most 16 years old, right? Is he really a man? Hearing this, Franklin and Finks responded, Commander, after we find this kid. Do you want him dead or alive? Kirolo said, you just need to find him and inform Hebrew. After we get rid of Siso, Hebrew will be number 4 in the team. We don't need to avoid him. Parker was silent for a while, and suddenly said, Commander, why can't we do anything after we find him? Why do we need to inform Hebrew? With our strength, a mere kid. Kirolo had to reveal the second piece of information. He is very strong, even stronger than me. Don't fight him head-on. Parker noted down the information and continued, Commander, Vigilante told me that the guy named Uchiha Madara has left. He is free now. Do you need Vigilante to control him remotely and help us find him? Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows and made a mental note of Vigilante. He is free now. It seems that Vigilante's workload is not heavy enough. I'll make the arrangements. Kirolo naturally did not refuse. There was nothing more important than finding the Lord God's fragment. Parker's eyes flashed. He took a photo and sent it to Vigilante. Find the boy and dog in this photo. He can kill the imposter. Vigilante immediately replied, okay. Everyone had their own ulterior motives and plans. When Wajin came in with dozens of boxes of beer, his loud voice shocked Aizen. Ah! Nobunaga! Come! Let's fight! In an instant, saliva was flying everywhere. Uchiha Madara silently retreated to the side. Aizen was speechless. As a big boss, Aizen was very professional. He immediately jumped up from the ground and imitated Grimjow's craziness to provoke Urkiola. He pulled out his long sword and shouted back without any grace, "Come. Let's fight." In Uchiha Madara's eyes, Aizen suddenly regretted choosing the identity of Nobunaga. But fighting is also good. Aizen suppressed the thought and raised his sword to block Wajin's fist. Banging sounds rang out one after another. The ruins were almost reduced to dregs. Thick dust rose up and blocked everyone's vision. Hebrew wrinkled his nose and left directly after saying, "Contact me if you need anything." The rest of the members also scattered in twos and threes. It seemed that they were not surprised by the fight between Wajin and Nobunaga. Kirolo decided to steal Nyan's ability in advance, for the sake of safety, and also to have one more cannon fodder. He chose Parker, who was loyal and easy to control, and used this woman's love for the original Kirolo to resist the accidents that might occur at any time. After the main characters left, Uchiha Madara lightly gave Wajin a Sharingan, and in a few minutes, the warlike man fell to the ground. At the same time, Aizen smiled and put away the Zanpakuto. When the water-like sword energy was put into the scabbard, the illusion laid by mirrored Hanasuijetsu was slowly lifted, revealing the spiders in the ruins that were killed by the Sharingan. As early as the moment Wajin made his move, Aizen used mirrored Hanasuijetsu, while everyone was relaxed and watching the show. His genjutsu can make the entire empty Zomachi fall, let alone a mere ruin. Smoke and dust rose. Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan to knock down the spiders one by one. When the smoke and dust settled, the illusion of the spiders was still weaving the scene of them watching the show. The cooperation of the two ancestors of genjutsu, there is no failure to speak of. "Why don't you kill them?" Uchiha Madara asked. "Before, we had a chance to kill them. And there is also that Hebrew and Kirolo, there should be no problem for each of us to deal with one. No, the value of this group of spiders hasn't been squeezed out yet." Aizen patted Wajin's face with the scabbard. "We can't expose our trump cards for the time being, and I need to bring trouble to them. Kirolo has Saishomaru and Kurapika to entertain him, there won't be a problem. As for Hebrew, when Kirolo dies, I will tell the spiders that Hebrew killed Kirolo. The strength of this group of spiders is not bad, it shouldn't be a problem to force out a few of Hebrew's abilities. Perhaps, Hebrew won't do it, but he will draw out his collaborators or companions behind him. Let the spiders deal with them, if necessary, release the four little guys in your hands." Uchiha Madara's Sharingan slowly rolled. "You have so many plans, what exactly do you want?" Aizen's lips curved slightly, smiling innocently, "Just let Masamune die." The cold September wind blew through the abandoned factory, causing smoke and dust to fall on the spiders that fell to the ground. The spiders were having a long and painful dream. In the dream, Hebrew betrayed the spiders and stabbed their leader to death in front of them. Saishomaru floated in the clouds, locking on to Hebrew and Kirolo. A moment later, he followed behind Kirolo, not too far away, not too close, not too high, not too low. Kirolo changed out of his leather clothes, put on a suit and leather shoes, and disguised himself as a real person. He came to a coffee shop, ordered Parker to wait there, and hid in the dark, summoned a thief's mastery, and released a special telekinesis, Red Thread of Fate. Red Thread of Fate, as long as the target's name was written on a peach-pink paper, and the target's appearance was clearly outlined in the mind, the Red Thread of Fate would be drawn, and the spiritual world of both parties would be connected. The one with the stronger spiritual power would be able to induce the other to do what they want to see. Since the original telekinesis user of Red Thread of Fate was a wretched otaku, he had been using this ability to carry out discordant activities in his dreams with the stars he liked. So, once this ability was activated, it would be affected by the original owner, and a series of accidents would be triggered. However, Kirolo did not care. No one could help him lure Neon out, so he could only rely on this ability to make her walk to him. He took out a peach-pink paper, wrote down Neon's name, and imagined her appearance. Soon, a thin red thread appeared in his sight, absorbing his telekinesis, and floated to a distant place. In the auction hall, there was no malicious harassment or killing by the Phantom Troupe, and the auction went on as scheduled. Not only did Yi-Josa meet Kalapika, the whole world owes me 50 billion, but also Shao Jiechi, who was still living without a care in the world. They gathered together for a delicious meal, and talked about each other's recent situation. The atmosphere was harmonious. Not long after Kalapika received a phone call, he lost his composure. Vaguely, Yi-Josa saw his eyes turn scarlet. But Kalapika did not lose his mind. He solemnly asked Shao Jia and Chi. By Hasty Changing Mountain. Smoke String. By Jean Lulu C. Punishment. By Mei Fan. Miss Nyan. Yi-Josa murmured, this name is a bit familiar. Oh, he remembered. Nyan was the fortune teller who fed you shit. Oh, no, wrote a poem for you. Oh, it's fate. You can run into a fortune teller just by taking a random task. You should at least ask when you can get rich, right? Yi-Josa ran toward Nyan excitedly, but then he stopped in his tracks with a puzzled look on his face. He saw a pink thread wriggling toward Nyan like an earthworm. For some reason, it was filled with an inexplicable wretchedness. Chapter 264. Qualuo had a pair of deep, lightless eyes as dark as a bottomless abyss. He quietly leaned against the phone booth on the street, watching the heavily guarded auction building, waiting for his prey to come to him. The pink telekinesis thread was as thin as a hair, it lightly shuttled through the dense crowd, inconspicuous. Ordinary people couldn't see telekinesis at all, and the capable telekinesis users were already protecting the big shots. So now, all the small movements he made would not be discovered. The telekinesis thread floated up to the floor and consciously moved towards Neon along the gap. Qualuo relaxed and sank into the inner world woven by the red line. In order to make the plan seem smoother, he simply waved his hand and arranged a holy land of encounters that was especially popular with women, an endless sea of flowers. He positioned himself, ready to greet his prey, but behind him came the sound of movement. Qualuo gave the other party some time to adjust, and then slightly turned his handsome face. There was a gentle breeze, his hair was ruffled. Petals flew up to the sky and then floated down, beautiful like a dream. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he raised his black and white eyes, looking back inch by inch. That year, that moon, that sea of flowers, there was wind, fragrance, and a handsome man. Qualuo put his hands in his pockets and turned around slowly, then, he was faced with a black and white world. The smile completely froze at the corner of his mouth, the expected blue-haired princess didn't appear at all. He didn't know what happened in the middle, but the people who were supposed to be behind him turned into a group of black dogs. And this group of fat dogs had a name that resounded throughout the universe, Husky Nebula. They looked at him with their sky-blue eyes and tilted their heads. For a moment, Qualuo felt a chill crawling up his spine. Why not Neon? Wasn't his target Neon? Why did the people who entered the inner world of the Red Line become a group of dogs? Unfortunately, the cruel reality didn't give him any chance to think. Yi-Josa said that he was already used to illusions. Even Cat Shui and Mr. Band's Sharingan were able to create flowers, so what could a mere entry-level inner world do to him? Also, this sea of flowers was beautiful, but he was a little allergic to the smell. After all, he was a dog now. Although the husky was a little stupid, it still had a sensitive dog nose. He didn't know who the mentally retarded youth standing in the sea of flowers was. He looked like a decent person, but his brain didn't seem to be working well. Is practicing the illusion to create a sea of flowers for farming? Do you think practicing illusion is for you to make a 3D movie? It was too weak, completely incomparable to the Uchiha clan. A man standing in the sea of flowers, posing and flirting, wearing a suit, trousers, and leather shoes, pretending to be an artistic youth, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle with sadness. You're too pretentious. Even someone with cervical spondylosis doesn't dare to look for you. Yijose gave him a look of disdain. But it was rare to meet a young man who could use illusion. Thinking that Cat Shursui should be this old after so many years, he suddenly had the mentality of, I still love you. Forget it, it was fate that brought them together. Since they had met, he would teach this guy how to use the illusion technique. He was about to say to the young man, wait, don't move, don't go. He didn't expect to hear a string of woof, woof, woof. But to Yijose's relief, the other party seemed to be level 12 in dog language. Even though his face was extremely ugly, his body was as if nailed to the ground, not moving. The boy was worth teaching. Koluo, who had lost control of the field after his mental power was suppressed. The next second, he saw himself hanging, like Jesus on a huge cross. The sea of flowers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, digging out the white bones below and spewing out the dark red magma of purgatory. The heat was burning, and the world was falling. The dog was long gone, and the chain on the cross was falling bit by bit. Koluo raised his head, the bone dragon flying high in the sky. Koluo lowered his head, the churning magma below him. The chain was still falling, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was hovering on the edge of death, and the illusion was real enough to make him fall. Voila! The chain made a sound of being cut off, and he fell with a roar, swallowed by the magma. However, he didn't feel the pain he imagined. When he opened and closed his eyes, he found himself naked, wrapped in a quilt by a group of people, with only his head exposed. 3 eunuchs in blue walked forward and carefully carried him. As he struggled in confusion, the eunuch in the lead smiled and frowned. Congratulations, young master, it's your turn to serve in the bed today. Koluo was carried into a dazzling yellow room and rolled into a hard bed. Then, he saw an old man with a bare chest and stomach, who seemed to be 7 or 8 months pregnant, groping him wretchedly. Beauty, I'm coming. Koluo, no. No. Go away. Don't. The illusion passed in a second, and he was reincarnated in the dream. Koluo fainted in a sea of withered flowers, surrounded by 100 huskies, looking confused and scratching their heads. This illusion was a bit strange. Since the man fainted, it had a side effect similar to backfire. A pink light fell on the man's body, making him twitch. His lower body seemed to be aroused, as if he was in heat. Looking at the big lump under Koluo's pants, Yijose felt that this man must have great luck with women in his dream. TSK, TSK, TSK. However, it seemed that he couldn't leave until the man woke up. Unless someone in reality could give this young man a punch. Koluo's nightmare continued. Before using this ability, he only knew that it could be used to pick up girls, but he didn't know that it was for the pleasure of otakus. The world inside the red line of fate was like a huge Lifan gathering place. The main magnetic field was divided into yin and yang, or female and male. Since Yijose, who had a strong mind power, occupied the yang magnetic field and became a male character, Koluo had to retreat to the yin and become a female character. In the Lifan world of the wretched otakus, no matter how he interacted with the female characters, the final result was a storm. The plunderer robbed Koluo, but not the memory in his head. As for the red line of fate ability, he didn't know much about it. If he used it blindly, he would be fucked. Combining the memories of his past and present lives, combining the fragments of stories that he occasionally saw, or the bits and pieces of what he heard from his companions. Fatal scenes appeared one after another. In the end, he couldn't even tell who he was anymore. Koluo was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and the outside world was also chaotic. A group of passers-by crowded around Koluo. They saw the young man lying on the ground, twitching, his lower body sticking out, and his eyes turning white as if he had taken a huge dose of drugs. People called the police, took pictures, and recorded videos. They were also busy educating their children. Remember, don't learn from people like him who are in the underworld. If you dare to suck, I'll break your legs. Mom, why are his pants swollen? Bauma covered her child's eyes and talked nonsense, because he always eats junk food, so he has a tumor down there. Remember, drink less in the future. Otherwise, he won't be able to urinate, and it will swell. The child nodded obediently. World peace. Koluo quickly made the headlines, and more people gathered to watch. Parker, who was supposed to shoot the imposter, was squeezed out. At the same time, Saishomaru, who was floating in the air, didn't know whether to go down or not. He deeply felt that Aizen's so-called ingenious layout was all bragging. This stupid Samoyed didn't tell him how to deal with this situation at all. Koluo had almost lost his combat power. He shouldn't be able to attract the attention of Aizen or his other partners. Kalapika alone was enough to get rid of him. If that was the case, why was he still here? Saishomaru was planning to find trouble with Hebrew first, but he didn't expect Kalapika's arrival to start the second big show. The good-looking blonde boy rushed into the crowd and kicked Koluo in the stomach. The crowd went, eh. What's the matter? What's the matter? Locust. Loyal Locust. Divining the garden with humor, bastard. Bastard. Kalapika beat Koluo in a fancy way, forcing him to wake up from his stupor, and then back to stupor again. I've been carrying this hatred for a long time. For a moment, the crowd stepped back and gave the space to the angry Kalapika. They raised their phones and kept taking pictures. This blonde looks like a girl. She's really beautiful. That black-haired thief is a jerk. He cheated a girl's heart and body, and even took drugs and had estrus on the street. Public morals are degenerating day by day. He must have been found out by a tigress. Look at how badly he's been beaten. He's bleeding. Are you blind? That blonde is clearly wearing a suit and trousers. He's a man. These two men. I think it's a blood feud. Maybe it's the love and hate of a rich family. Did you take a picture? Can you send me a copy? While the crowd was discussing, Kalapika beat Koluo half to death and tied him up with a chain. These chains were not ordinary at all. Kalapika made an oath and restriction to himself. The chain on his middle finger could only bind spiders and could not be used against other people. The deeper his hatred for spiders, the stronger the binding force of the chain. And as long as one was a member of the Phantom Troop, no one could break free from this binding. Kalapika's existence was like the natural enemy of spiders. There were too many humans in the world, and there were also many Avengers. But Kalapika, who was immersed in hatred but still kind, was rare and valuable. Aizen valued him not only because of his temperament, but also because of Kapika, who bore the hatred of the extermination of his family, endured for a few years and worked hard to obtain a powerful ability and then rose to kill the villain. He was very similar to the Son of Luck who had the protagonist's aura and leveled up. Therefore, in order to prevent this group of villains from accidentally failing in the construction of the nuclear leveling road, the male protagonist must be firmly grasped in their own hands first. However, Aizen did not know that the development of things had gradually derailed. Kalapika tied up Koluo when the police arrived. A hunter's license opened the way, and he was unimpeded. He disappeared from everyone's eyes with a few leaps, and brought the spider head to the wilderness as fast as possible, ready to kill and bury the body. It was not until he was farther and farther away from Yijosa's mind control area that Koluo finally got rid of his muddle-headed state. He carefully assessed the situation in front of him and decided to make a move when he was farther away. It was true that he had plundered Koluo, but he had plundered many people. As long as he took off the mask of Koluo, he would be someone else. And Kalapika's oath and restriction could not make a move on anyone other than spiders. Otherwise, the sword of oath in Kalapika's heart would crush his heart and kill him instantly. Koluo smiled ambiguously. Run, Kalapika, run far away, get away from the territory of the Mind Power Master. Find a good place and die there. 15 minutes later, they arrived. This was a dry and barren land of rocky mountains. Yellow sand filled the sky, and storms rolled. The ground cracked with large cracks. As far as the eye could see, it was barren and messy. Kalapika threw Koluo on the ground and vented his anger by punching and kicking him. When he was tired, he roared with scarlet eyes, "Go to hell." Go to hell, however, Kalapika suddenly found that his power did not work. Not only that, but the chains binding Koluo showed signs of peeling off, and even his heart began to throb in pain. What happened? Kalapika's eyes widened as he saw the skin on Koluo's face peeling off layer by layer. Like a python shedding its skin, one person turned into another. Hee hee. Koluo laughed. Kalapika, you are still too inexperienced. I'll give you the exact words you said just now, go to hell. In an instant, the last layer of skin slowly peeled off, and the last chain was about to leave his body. Kalapika spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his heart with one hand. He saw double. How? Who are you? Did Aizen give him false information? Did Aizen deceive him? Did Aizen and Spider work together and deliberately let someone pretend to be Koluo to lure him out? Could it be? Swoosh dash, a moment before the sky turned dark, Kalapika saw a green lightning strike from above his head, smashing the chains in an unstoppable manner. Before Koluo could put away his confident expression, he was struck into a pile of charcoal. Koluo was tenacious. He struggled to be reborn, growing new limbs and flesh from the charcoal, and quickly condensing into a human form. However, he was fast, but Saishomaru was faster. The speed of physical recovery was far slower than the speed of destruction of Shattertooth. No matter how many trump cards Koluo had, in the face of the destructive power of Shattertooth, it was just a small trick. If the first time didn't work, he would strike again. But at this moment, Yijosa pushed open the door, glanced at Kalapika, who was exhaling more than he was inhaling, and pressed his hand on the shoulder of Shao Jia, who was about to go crazy. I can save him, calm down. The mental pressure shook for a moment, and the speed of its expansion slowed down layer by layer. Big sister. Kalapika. Shao Jia raised his face, and unexpectedly, tears were streaming down his face. Kalapika, It's okay. Without saying anything, Yijosa opened Chisho's panel, and with a turn of his hand, he took out 2 fans that were forged with a lot of money from his backpack. Money really made things easier, thanks to the money contributed by the dogs. The blueprints given yesterday could be delivered this morning, and it was very timely to save people. After not being healed for so many years, Yijosa had almost forgotten that he was the 12th Dan healer, Lord Shio. Wasn't it just vomiting blood? Wasn't it just dying? What was there to be afraid of? As long as you still had a breath left, he could heal you until you vomited blood one basin at a time. Yijosa was ready. He spun, jumped, and first used back snow fluttering to heal Kalapika, then used soaring wand dancing willow to heal Ely, then used left turn right to heal Mingyo, and then used wind sleeves low to heal Wang Zai. Upper prime point made, queen mother wave sleeves. He used one after another, forcibly bringing out the magic of Sonla milk powder from Bienmei infant milk powder. Kalapika came back to life. Kalapika clutched his heart, and Kalapika continued to vomit blood with his eyes open. This blood was vomited all over the floor. It stained the lapels, the bed sheets, and the floor. The whole room was turned into a murder scene. Shaojie, Chi. Is there any harm in slaughtering the right? Jealousy or anger? Are you a little girl? Climbing the tea back. The champagne has run out. Sure you W Polaroid. Deliver the poison. Pestilence. What? Ta ma 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 Jew. Chapter 265. Ever since Qualuo left the abandoned industrial area, he had fallen from a cute and charming villain to a cannon fodder character who had a short appearance time, a high degree of injury, and a lying corpse to the end. Aizen also did not expect that Qualuo, this chess piece, would die in such a sullen manner. Not only did he not lure out the 2 or 3 cats behind the scenes, he did not even dig out a trace of useful information. By the time he reacted, he realized that the headlines had already been, "A man took drugs in the downtown area, he showed his ugly side and was brutally beaten." Aizen. This familiar formula, this familiar smell, just thinking with his toes, he knew who wrote it. No wonder Saishomaru didn't even reply to a message. He probably didn't know how to face Yijosa, right? Aizen rubbed his sore temples looking at the spiders lying limp on the ground in the ruins. He sighed to Uchiha Madara. Things have changed, implant in them the memory of Hebrew killing, Qualuo, I'll take care of the corpse and the scene. Uchiha Madara nodded, and the kaleidoscope began to spin crazily, even the space around him distorted a little. Aizen pulled out Moon in the mirror. He let go of his hand and let the long saber fall into the water-like mirror. Layers of spiritual power rippled out. In an instant a powerful illusion in an instant, enveloped the entire abandoned factory. Half of the tall domed building collapsed, and the nearby factory buildings turned into slag. In the midst of the broken walls, fresh blood dripped on it, and the charred soil emitted wisps of smoke. Qualuo's corpse lay in a pool of blood as if it had been bitten by a group of wild beasts. The degree of reality of the illusion was directly related to the strength of the spiritual power of the spellholder. The richer the holder's imagination, the more meticulous the thinking, the fewer the loopholes and patches in the illusion. What's more, the party who was cast the spell would not be able to break the illusion for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Uchiha Madara and Aizen were both ancestors of illusion. The former read the infinite moon and flew, while the latter played the Soul Society thoroughly. The two bigwigs thought about it and concluded that Kuluoluo's death was as real as it could be. Hence, when Uchiha Madara stopped his Tsukuyami and lay on the ground with Aizen, he closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Then, he heard the furious roars of the spiders waking up one after another. Hebrew. Our phantom troop is not finished with you. Very good, the fish took the bait. Maki and Nobunaga woke up one after another, and Yen-E acted out the trio of astonishment, shock, and anger. They stood with the spiders beside the body of Kuralo, swearing to offer the blood of the Hebrew to everything. Seeing that the prelude was almost ready, Aizen stroked the photo in her arms and repeatedly looked at Yoshi Asakura's blood-stained face. She suddenly said, Maki, don't you think it's strange? The real Kurolo had been plundered, Vigilante, Flying Tank, and Little Drop were not around. The real Maki, who had a strong sixth sense, had been captured, and Parker was still in Yukaxean City. As for the remaining spiders, it was obvious that they did not know how to use their brains. Coupled with the new death of Kuralo, they had lost most of their rationality and observation skills. Since that was the case, Aizen would certainly not let go of the opportunity to fan the flames. Uchiha Madara was very smart and immediately nodded, indeed. His firm voice attracted the attention of the group of spiders. Under the gaze of the spiders, Aizen said, "It's intuition. Have you noticed that ever since our leader had strange people around him, we have been led by the nose?" For example. While speaking, Aizen took out the photo of Yoshio Sakura. "This person is not the target of our spiders. He is the target of Hebrew." The spiders paused, and Finks narrowed his eyes. "Nobunaga, you mean? This is the enemy of our enemy." Aizen put his hand on the hilt of his sword. "If we can find him, we can ask where Hebrew's nest is. Since he dared to kill our leader, he should be prepared to be annihilated by us." "Well said." Wajin roared, completely unaware of what Nobunaga said. In fact, Nobunaga's IQ was not much higher than his. Usually, Nobunaga would only be furious when faced with Kuralo's death, and would never speak so calmly and give reasonable suggestions. But at this moment, not only did Wajin not feel that something was wrong, even the other spiders did not feel that something was wrong. They had lost their heads, and they needed a backbone to tell them what to do and what not to do. "So, after we find Hebrew, kill him directly." Aizen stated his goal. "Without Hebrew, we can still find their destination and kill them all. But, in order to prevent other things from happening." Aizen gave Uchiha Madara a look. Uchiha Madara understood. Yukaxean is Uchiha Madara's territory. If we cause trouble, he will definitely catch us and seal us. Even a flying tank can't escape, even we can't. So, after we find Hebrew, lure him to a deserted place, and then make our move. The method is. Uchiha Madara shook the photo. "Tell him that you found the young man in the photo." The spiders had no objections, and after understanding the plan, they all left. Aizen and Uchiha Madara either acted alone or in groups of two. Aizen and Uchiha Madara crossed each other. The former was with Wajin while the latter was alone. In the ruins, Kuralo's blood-covered corpse had not disappeared yet. A strong gust of wind blew, causing the surrounding weeds to bend. Time flowed like water. After who knew how long, in the abandoned factory where the spell was left, a dark space crack slowly opened. The woman with a broken arm and a silent, big guy tore open the space, but they only found the scent of Cybele and Kurolo, but they didn't see them. The woman frowned. "Authentic said that the spell on Kurolo has disappeared. He should be dead. Hebrew is in danger." "TSK, what kind of danger could that guy be in that he needs our help?" The silent big guy did not say anything. He scanned the ruins of the battle, and followed the blood trail to search. "I heard that Authentic was injured by the Lord God, right?" The woman stared at the big guy's face, but found that the cold guy had no expression at all. "He's recovering, right?" "How many?" "Heavy." The big guy suddenly turned around and stared at her. The Lord God was half destroyed by him, and he was also half destroyed by the Lord God. The woman's eyes were full of murderous intent. "If he works with Hebrew, then we will be eaten by Authentic as tonics." The big guy's words made the woman's face pale instantly. "He kept us alive because we're still useful. Don't think we'll get lucky. As for the Lord God, why do you want to spend your life on a group of desperados? Revenge is just for a moment of pleasure. If you live well when they're miserable, that's a lifetime of pleasure. I won't advise you to let go of your hatred. After all, if it were me, I wouldn't let go either. But it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." "How long have you been enlightened?" "How long have they been enlightened?" Why do you have to fight them head-on? Also, what's with your ability? Saishomaru said it's a kind of a curse. Do you have to be so cruel to yourself? Let's take a step back. After you take revenge, you can live with this ability. Don't you feel that you'll live with their shadow for the rest of your life? Kalapika was slightly stunned. He had never thought about what would happen after his revenge. Many times, he felt that he had no future, and that he didn't deserve a future. You're at a disadvantage. Not only do you have to use your best years to hunt them down, but you also have to remember to live for them after they die. Is it worth it? If you want revenge, we won't interfere with you, Yi-Josa said. But please change your way and think about other abilities. You've died once, so the curse in your heart has disappeared. Kalapika, be good to yourself. As a friend, I hope you can take revenge and have many children and grandchildren in the future. It's true that you're an orphan of the Cave Tower clan, but you can also be reborn into the Cave Tower clan. If you die in the hands of a strong enemy, the Cave Tower clan will really be extinct. As long as you're alive, your clan has never been extinct. You're the hope of the entire clan. Yi-Joseph peeled an apple and stuffed it into his hand. You've seen Shao Jia. Wait until you're fully grown before you do what you want to do, okay? If one day he sees your corpse, Shao Jia will go crazy. Just the memory of that deep, angry, and evil intent was enough to make one's heart palpitate with fear. Kalapika was a little stunned. Unconsciously, his eyes became scarlet. After a long time, he covered his eyes and trembled all over. I understand. You're right. If I don't die, my clan will not be extinct. 3 hours before the auction began, in the ruins of Yukexayan's wilderness area, dirty Shao Jia and Qi Xiu were standing there. Tritium. Tritium. Quiet locust mirror Napier by the mouth. Luo. Fu. Although their physical skills and reflexes improved rapidly, they could only survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on them. Although his physical skills and reflexes had improved very quickly, he was only able to survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on him. Although their physical skills and reflexes improved rapidly, they could only survive a few rounds when Saishomaru went easy on them. Argon called Ai Huang Sha. Dirt. Despicable. Tor. Boom. Where the machete fell, the ground cracked. Hee, guardian. Hebrew raised his eyebrows and looked at Saishomaru, then glanced at the two children in his fluffy tail. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by following the sound. They are the protagonists you want to protect, right? Hebrew's eyes turned red with excitement. My luck is really good. Your system is still alive, right? Saishomaru frowned. An unexpected character appeared in front of him, making him doubt the stupid Samoyed's plan again. Didn't they say that besides Kwaluo, the rest was between him and Uchiha Madara? What was with this bastard in front of him? Moreover, this guy's smell was extremely disgusting. Saishomaru let go of the fluffy tail and stood in front of the two children. Chisho. Discounted K. Impure. The opponent was a raider with superb strength. Once the battle started, he would definitely not care about the two cubs behind him. Indeed, he could not save them and focus on his own battle, but as a great monster, Saishomaru's dignity would not allow the weak under his protection to be hurt. Just like how he disdained Inuyasha, he would not let him die in the hands of a bastard. Unless he died in battle, the line of defense behind him would not waver. Chi. Cystis. Mother's disease. Bad startled unforgiven. Vexed Sien. Deleted Tuoi. Expatriate. Disturbing what rape. Locusts deserve nothing. Planting Limu coffin cowardice. Chow na punishment Hebrew, SSS level beast tamer, rare birds and fierce beasts collector. The beast army under his command was more than 300. And each of them was no lower than S level. At this moment, the powerful senses of a beast tamer told him that Saishomaru was a rare SSS level emperor. Unlike S-ranked generals and SS-ranked empresses that could be reproduced, every single SSS-ranked emperor was a treasure that was hard to come by in every dimension. He had gone to countless planes and put in a lot of effort to steal the 4 sacred beasts from the plane of the unthinkable game. If not for those 4 SSS-level emperors, he would not have been able to go to the plane of the Eva to collect apostles. Unfortunately, the SSS-level emperor named Saishomaru would rather die than be used by him. In the end, it dragged its half-crippled body to control the second plane and tore apart the apostles he had painstakingly collected. But Saishomaru didn't have it easy either. Even though he was an emperor, he could not avoid death. He had collected the most powerful apostles and mass-produced machines. Now, against a treasure like Saishomaru, it was time to use it. The violent spiritual pressure seemed to distort the magnetic field of this space. Chi. Peptide source. Manish Oxim. Squeezing red soul. Alliance. Provoking Manish Guanjin. Fermentation. You. But I can't. I definitely can't. What about Shaojia? Chi. Die. Tomb blowing turtle K. Kai. June. Sean Zone. Ji Jing Flash. Chao Mu Zeta. Saishomaru didn't hesitate and immediately used Exploding Tooth, not holding back its power. In an instant, the killing lightning mixed with the power of Azure Dragon Break rampaged through the entire battlefield, consciously combining and sweeping away a group of vicious beasts. Amidst the crisscrossing lightning, Saishomaru leapt up, his fluffy tail extending and wrapping around the 2 children. Since he couldn't stop in time, he was slashed in the back by the curved blade. Blood splattered everywhere as Shaojie's berserk state gradually increased. Saishomaru wrapped the fluffy tail around the 2 children, plucked out the exploding tooth, and inserted it at their feet to build an absolute barrier. He pressed his hand on the manifestation, thinking of a way to safely move the children. Chapter 266. Hebrew called himself God. He hated the God who manipulated his fate and never looked back on the heaven-defying path of "my life is my own, not the heavens." He aspired to become a true God. Whether it was the God, the true God, the guardian, or the plunderer, they were just stepping stones on his way forward. It was his experience before he became famous. Hebrew had always believed that the strong deserved everything. Strength, fans, power, money, and beauties were all things that belonged to the strong. As long as he had the ability, why didn't he take up more resources? Wasn't the nature of the world the weak or prey to the strong? A weak man who couldn't become strong, rather than waiting for someone to protect him, might as well accept the fate of being eliminated. It was a truth he had learned in his previous life. The drunken and violent man was what he called his father, and the woman with heavy makeup was what he called his mother. The narrow, cramped black room smelled of smoke, alcohol, body odor, and blood. His mother's guests made him kneel down and lick their shoes, and his father's friends burned cigarette butts on his arms. His childhood was worse than a dog's and ended in the gas can he quietly turned on. Hebrews remembered it well, the closed room, the thick gas. The man who sensed something was wrong was about to open the window, but unexpectedly the metal brushed against it, and sparks flew. There was a loud rumble. The fierce flames swallowed everything. He stood in the crowd. For the first time, he smiled happily. It turned out that the men and women who used to be domineering were strong on the outside but weak on the inside. it turned out that there was such a thing as taking someone's life. It was so simple. Countless people sympathized with his experience, lamented his fate, but no one offered to take him in, raise him, or give him warmth. In the end, he became the target of gossip, the poor child who was widely reported, the 1 in 1,000 in the orphanage. The weak had no resources to survive. He took a hidden fork and stabbed a boy who snatched his bread. It was raining heavily that night, and no ant would be bored enough to patrol at night. And when the rain subsided, the body had already been soaked in the pond. No one would suspect him. After all, he had only been in the orphanage for 2 days. In order to reduce the impact and continue to receive donations, the orphanage hastily cleaned up the scene, thinking that the child had fallen into the water and drowned. The weak have no right to speak. He roped in a few rebels and formed a small group. From robbing people of food and stationery to extorting protection fees, step by step, he became an existence that bullied others. It turned out that it felt so good to bully and humiliate others. Looking at the helpless resistance of his peers and the adults turning a blind eye to it, he became excited like a wild wolf that had found a loophole in a sheep pen. The weak did not deserve to live. If they wanted to live, they should be dominated by the strong. He liked a good girl, he wanted her, he followed her, he forced himself on her. However, even a lamb would betray her. In the violent struggle, she stabbed the knife into his neck. This was his mistake, but he never regretted it. If he could do it all over again, he would not restrain his desires and desires. How could a beast that was used to doing whatever it wanted be expected to be vegetarian? However, he did not expect that he would really have a second chance. But what was a guardian? If he could get power, why should he protect others? What was there to protect the weak? Fortunately, the Lord God was blind when he chose, otherwise, he would not have the chance to be reborn. Since he had been reincarnated, then, he wanted the best of everything. Even his name was the same as God. Just like now, even if he got the 4 sacred beasts from the unbelievable game, when facing Saishomaru's majestic demon power, Hebrews still had the ambition to tame him. As a beast tamer, Hebrews' 5 senses were extremely sensitive. Even if Saishomaru was wearing a human skin and had an outstanding temperament, it could not hide his nature as a demon. Hebrew did not have a white dog in his collection, so when he saw Saishomaru, he felt like he had found a treasure. With this thought, Hebrew's attack became more and more fierce. A heavy and chaotic pressure filled the ruins, and the machete and broken teeth collided, creating a burst of sparks. The energy of the sword and the lightning mixed together, like a thunderstorm, like a thunderstorm. In an instant, the ground cracked into a dark gap, the mountains changed into plains, and the hills evolved into valleys. Saishomaru's broken teeth shattered countless beasts, and the manifestation of nature's power of space separated their bodies. Even the SS level Queen with the recombination skill lost its vitality under the double destruction of broken teeth and manifestation of nature. The battle gradually became white-hot and energy more terrifying than psychic swept across the barren land. The figures of Saishomaru and Hebrew intertwined between the rising and falling dust. Electric arcs flashed, and the sword slashed, so fast that the naked eye could not see them clearly. Fighting against a beast tamer was extremely disadvantageous for Saishomaru. Hebrew's actual combat level was very high, without any fancy moves. Every move was vicious and dangerous, and all of them were skills that could kill people. If it was just a fierce battle, Saishomaru would not be afraid, and would even be willing to fight with all his might, giving Hebrew the attention he deserved. Whether it was life or death, it was the result of the battle. However, Hebrew was not a true powerhouse, or rather, he had the strength of a powerhouse, but he did not have the demeanor that a powerhouse should have. It was clearly an evenly matched battle, but Hebrew maliciously called him a beast. What contempt, what shamelessness! This was a humiliation that no warrior could tolerate. Saishomaru's anger was exploding. He was a noble with a strong sense of pride, and his opponent calling him a beast had risen to the point of insulting his bloodline. So angry that he laughed, Saishomaru held manifestation of nature horizontally, and his eyes were as cold as a knife. Dissolution. Omniscient manifestation. In an instant, in Hebrews suddenly contracted pupils, manifestation of nature overflowed with thick black spiritual pressure, ominous and malicious, like the black mud that gathered the sins of the world. It was extremely evil, but also extremely domineering. Pitch-black spiritual power mixed with a thick murderous aura soared into the sky, turning into a black dragon with surging murderous aura. Even though he knew that the black dragon was just a simulation, its unparalleled lethality still shocked everyone. Omniscient manifestation was its slasher manifestation. It was one of the dissolution skills, a condensed simulation of a spatial storm, an excellent field control skill for long-range attacks. Wherever the black dragon passed, it would be crushed into pieces by the rampaging energy. Humans could be invincible, gods could be invincible, but as long as one was not extremely strong, it would be difficult to escape the unpredictable power of space. Even if Hebrew had all kinds of rare beasts, so what? Manifestation of nature was like a bug-like group attack skill, and no one could withstand it. Saishomaru himself was a miracle. Not only did he possess the heavenly weapon natural fang that could control life and death, but he also dug out the destructive exploding teeth from his body. Even the Zanpakuto, 10,000 forms, that he comprehended was a cheat that made him stronger and stronger as he fought. But even if a manifestation of nature was a cheat, Saishomaru rarely used the slasher blade. Just because, once manifestation was used. Dissolution, the field control of the black dragon would be fully activated. The black dragon covered a radius of 100 miles, defined as an area that could be destroyed wantonly. All living things, dead things, could not escape the devouring and crushing of manifestation of nature. Once this move was used, the enemy would die without a doubt unless they were apotheosized. But it wasn't without its drawbacks. After dissolution, he lost at least 80% of his demon power. But 80% or 90% was fine, in the face of an enemy that humiliated his identity and bloodline. Saishomaru only wanted him to die. The black dragon roared and attacked the whole area. Everywhere it passed, countless rare beasts turned into a mist of blood and scattered. No matter how strong Hebrew was, it was impossible to escape 100 miles away in an instant. Seeing the black dragon roaring and attacking, his face twisted sinisterly, and his whole body trembled. Boom 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 dash. Fortunately, this was the periphery of Yukakusen. Fortunately, this was a desolate and uninhabited barren land. Apart from the place where Saishomaru stood and the place protected by the natural tooth barrier, the ground within 100 miles had all collapsed to a depth of 10 feet. Presumably, in the future, this 100 miles of land would become a huge deep lake, and perhaps there would be beautiful scenery and villages around it, making people forget that this was a remnant of a battlefield. But now, this place was purgatory, an abyss. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing. Saishomaru panted heavily and immediately turned back to rush to the natural tooth barrier. He didn't believe that Hebrew was still alive, and the most important thing now was to take the two children. But Saishomaru suddenly saw the pupils of the two children suddenly dilate, and their faces were full of horror. Swish dash, the shining saber light attacked, and Saishomaru only had time to deviate by 3 inches before he was pierced in the back by the curved saber. This saber was only 3 inches away from the heart, and with a large amount of blood splashing, the curved saber was pulled out. How? How could he still be alive? Saishomaru spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too late to wonder why his opponent was still alive. Relying on his excellent battle instincts, Saishomaru didn't even frown. He forcefully forced Hebrew's attack away and swept him away in 2 or 3 moves. Saishomaru Xiao Jie's evil thoughts surged, and his dark attribute rose sharply. It seemed that he was on the verge of losing control. Strange. Imperial examination. Core. Ko. Ingwan Huangdu. Plague. Impossible. He definitely couldn't be a burden. They were now a burden. Run. Run. Saishomaru's blood dripped down drop by drop. Strange. Tianyu Mei Yuan. Jiao Bing Chu O timidly cut cooking. Miyugu. Trick. Yi Peren. Yuko. Xia Pinghu. Card. Coop, run. You can't protect them. You don't deserve to be friends. Leave them behind and run. No. Impossible. Impossible. If I don't run, I will die. Damn it. What the hell was that? Strange. Lu Chun Sai Si Xian. Hui. Si Xian Liang. Zhu Si Xian. Obituary. Wan Mian dipped in the turbulent key. Aerosol. Cake. Ha 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 dash. Hebrew's ear-piercing laughter rang out, and Saishomaru's footsteps were already staggering. You didn't expect this, did you? Did you think I didn't have a life-saving skill? I admit that you're very strong. That move was a killer move, right? Hebrew's eyes shone brightly, and all his emotions conveyed his determination to win. Ha ha ha. But I have a puppet doll that can die for me. Ha ha ha. Ayaya, I almost died in your hands. I must have you. This kind of ability is simply to deal with. Rumble dash, in the blink of an eye, a blue sword light cut through the heavens and the earth, and powerfully struck Hebrew's body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut in half. Who's there? Boom dash, in response, he was met with one terrifying sword chi after another, crisscrossing and forcing him into a desperate situation. Yellow dust flew everywhere, and the sun was blinding. A black and white tai chi fell under his feet, and a woman dressed in a blue Taoist robe stood tall, her face full of anger, and the hand holding the sword trembled non-stop. Yijiosa had not expected that in just an hour, when he saw Saishomaru again, he would be drenched in blood. This was intolerable. Yijiosa raised his sword to fight Hebrew. In a state of rage, his pure yang was as sharp as a drug. He had never felt the urge to tear someone into pieces like this. 2 guardians. One of Hebrew's arms had been chopped off by Aeon Inexhaustible, but he smiled slyly. Good, very good. This is a good deal. His expression was deranged, and he raised his hand, using his blood as a medium, and drew a complicated seal in the shortest time possible. Roar 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 dash, in the next second, the 9 production robots that should have appeared in the evil world crawled out of the seal like evil spirits, the flesh and blood of the second robots still visible between their teeth. 9 production robots, each 80 meters tall, were black and white, and had the appearance of a vulture. The pilot, who had inserted himself into their nervous system, was Clone Ju Sun, but this Clone Ju Sun did not have any consciousness, and only had the zombie-like instinct to eat meat. Even if the production robots were smashed, they could still be reborn. While Saishomaru was heavily injured and exhausted, Yijiosa was the only one left to fight against the production robots. It was truly taxing. Not only was there a huge difference in size between the two, but Yijiosa also had to defend against Hebrew's sneak attacks while dealing with the production robots. However, this was not a problem. Yijiosa laughed coldly, and took out an alloy sword that weighed 150 kilograms from his backpack. Today, he would let the marauders know that whoever dared to hit him, did they ask for permission from the meat grinder in his hands? So what if they could be reborn? Under the heavy sword, what could a pile of minced meat do? Winds of Mount Wu Dash, the ultimate skill of the hidden sword mountain villa, the crushing of a strong opponent in the arena, the heavy attack of a running merchant, and the ox cart's AoE attack. It was a 360-degree attack from all directions. Even if the production machine was covered in steel plates, it would not be able to escape unscathed. Cybele had never expected that when a golden hurricane blew, the production machine's legs would be broken in a matter of minutes. In the next moment, its thighs would be cut off, and then its waist would be cut in half. In the end, blood splattered everywhere, and the golden hurricane continued. He decisively put away the production robot, formed a seal, and gritted his teeth to summon the SSS-rank emperors, the 4 holy beasts. This was what he had obtained after killing the 28 constellations and the witch from the unimaginable game. They were existences equivalent to the laws of that plane. He did not believe that they could use any ultimate moves in the face of power that could rival the laws of the plane. Unfortunately, Hebrew did not know. He could not be too confident, and he could not be too full of himself. As soon as the 4 holy beasts appeared, Yijiosa was indeed dumbfounded. This azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise look. He suddenly had the urge to go to the South Sea and ask Guanyin Bodhisattva to subdue these demons. However, he did not have the reinforcements that the monkey had asked for, so he could only Yijiosa turned on the world channel and shouted at the top of his lungs, Uchiha Madara, help dash Uchiha Madara, help, help. Yuk-Exayan City was already in chaos, but unexpectedly, there was no such thing as the most chaotic situation, only more chaotic. A Susanoo that was over 100 meters tall rose from the ground, and Uchiha Madara raised Budu's bonded spirit and rushed to the crime scene. He and Aizen were already on their way there, and the commotion was so big that the higher-ups of Yuk-Exayan City were forced to cancel the auction. Even a large number of residents went underground to take refuge, and even the Hunters Association sent over 100 airships to support them. He did not expect to hear Yijiosa's cry for help before he even arrived at the scene. Uchiha Madara immediately exploded. He knew his own child's temper. If he wasn't being bullied, why would he ask for help? His Anna Izumi was already gone, and his owner must be saved. Whoever moved would die. Uchiha Madara rushed into the battlefield in his Gundam, and under Hebrew's distorted expression, he slapped the vermilion bird away, slashed open the black tortoise's turtle shell with his sword, stepped on the azure dragon, and held the white tiger down as he laughed arrogantly. Uchiha Madara can even capture the 9 great-tailed beasts as pets, and these 4 monsters are just appetizers. Hebrew was so angry that his entire body trembled, but he discovered that he had no way out. At some point, Yijiosa, Saishomaru, and Aizen had blocked his path of retreat, and Susanoo was blocking his path forward. Shattertooth and Mammoth had destroyed his beast army, and he would never have released Emperor unless he had no other choice. However, Emperor was also suppressed, and there was only one puppet doll left. He didn't want to die. He didn't want to die at all. Seeing that the 4 holy beasts were about to lose, Hebrew no longer hesitated, and he risked the fatal injury of being stabbed in the heart by Yijiosa and used his final ability, absorb contract beasts and transform them into his own power. The 4 holy beasts howled pitifully. They were from another dimension, but they were still enslaved here. Their freedom was taken away, their flesh and blood were absorbed, and even their power had to be controlled by others. Even death couldn't go their way. This was the outcome of being captured by an evil beast tamer. Hebrew's broken limbs grew back, and his strength gradually increased. Even though his neck had been cut in half by Aizen, his muscles and bones had recovered. He turned into a stream of light, broke through the encirclement at the fastest speed, and ran toward the direction of the Dark Continent. Uchiha Madara wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by Aizen. "Why did you stop me?" Where did you run after being forced into a corner? Seems like it's the headquarters. Aizen said, it's enough to know this. Wait until we're fully prepared before attacking. If you go alone, the owner won't agree. Uchiha Madara dispelled Susanoo, and slowly descended from the sky. I didn't expect him to have this move. TSK, so many people beat him up, and he still escaped. How embarrassing. Indeed. Aizen stroked his Sanpakuto. But this reminds us that 4 people aren't enough to fight against the authentic. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Yijiosa pulled out Tianxing's fang and hung it on Saishomaru's head. He then cut Chi Xiu's menu and gave it a round of milk. He then stopped awkwardly under Saishomaru's condemning gaze. The pressure of the battlefield had yet to disperse. Hydrazine. Feigu. Calling Huiyao a round dumbfounded man. Do you want to teach me how to unravel the poison bewilderment? Neon throw clank. Ping pong. What is this? Forgive me for visiting the bride. Where are the great calamity weapons? Mu Tue Chien E. Is it a shackle? Pounce. Man dump. He didn't expect that under the spiritual pressure of a battle between experts, he would forcibly pull it out. It was a blessing in disguise. Chi. Radon Spoon Judge. Kong Nan Tang Chu. Flying around the sky, tearing through the yellow cliff. An uncountable number of skeletons. Waving his sleeves. But. Bear. Yijiosa wiped the blood off his forehead. Uchiha Madara and Aizen took a few rare glances at him. They were always more lenient towards juniors with good potential. Not long after, the sound of an airship's arrival was heard in the sky. They looked at each other. Saishomaru pulled out one xiang and immediately left the place. Chapter 267. Ever since he had the godly skills of his lousy teammates, Aizen's layout was like a collapsing domino. One wrong step would lead to many more mistakes. The funeral of Qualuo in the morning and the debut of Scarlet Abyss in the afternoon were both on the headlines, competing with each other for the spotlight. It was very lively. He was clearly holding on to the script for the hero's fight. He just had to worry about the development of the Spring Festival gala skits. They said they were going to be each other's angels, but in the blink of an eye, they had turned into dogs that deserved a beating. Face was meant to be lost, and teammates were meant to be sold. When Yijiosa realized that something was not right, how could one big incident happen after another? He cast a suspicious look at the dogs. The dogs finally recalled the horror of being pushed into the toilet bowl and beaten up. Aizen did not expect this. The betrayal had existed from the very beginning. Under the coercion of the owner, the conspirators, wealth, power, and democracy, abandoned harmony and threw themselves into the arms of the big capitalist Yijiosa. As a result, he was punished by his owner. As a punishment for, you fucking caused trouble without me, his left eye was bruised. Aizen realized that their teammates were not reliable, but they had chosen their own faction. Even if he had to kneel until the end. Since the plan had been overturned, he had to start anew. After finishing this bowl of brain platinum, was he still the omnipotent Aizen? Medical spinulosa. The Inaguchi Gumi has hidden its strength and reputation. Yukaxian was confused and uneasy. The auction was postponed for 3 days. The Hunters Association turned out in full force, and even Chairman Nitro was alarmed after investigating the traces of battle and the remaining forces in the Scarlet Abyss. Nitro arrived at the scene and wandered around the battlefield for a long time while stroking his beard. His eyes were filled with excitement as he mumbled to himself. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked Pars Tun, "Do you know where that child, Freedom, is now?" Feeling the pressure of the distorted battlefield, Parstun did not dare to lie. About half a day before the incident, Freedom and his assistant left Yukakseon in an airship. At the same time, the young master of the enemy Haka family also left. Beating up the enemy. Natro narrowed his eyes. Peptide choking glaze flattering model handsome, chi. Hui. Oxim. Nitro understood that the destruction wasn't caused by his disciples' assistants since they had alibis. However, it was impossible for guests to participate in beating up the enemy. The topography had been overturned to such a large extent. It was impossible to achieve this without firearms. And if one used firearms to destroy the enemy, how could it not be strange? Chui Yao. Cooking. Hot trade oxim. Yasi Wei in conclusion, coupled with the appearance of the blue giant. Perhaps, the distant darkness continent had once again extended its demonic claws towards the human world. Closing his eyes, Nitro recalled the tragedy of the fiend python's annihilation a few years ago. He did not expect that humans would have to face a new calamity so soon. The 100 li of barren land surrounding Yukakseon had completely collapsed into an abyss. The giant gap tore through everything. Just by looking at it, one could feel a terrifying pressure and intimidation. Even someone as powerful as him was terrified, let alone the other hunters. But Nitro also knew that if they couldn't even bear such a level of pressure, would the hunters have the ability to protect themselves or the civilians when they were in battle? The answer was none. Nitro's expression turned solemn. He suddenly felt that humans needed strong combat power to survive this calamity. In an instant, the faces of Yijiosa, Aizen, and 9 Orchid Flower flashed through his mind. Then, the old man remembered the meteor street that had been forgotten by the world. There was no time to hesitate. Internal strife would only wear them down, and unity was the only way to survive. 3 days passed like water. During this period, many things happened one after another, as if a storm was brewing. 10 Old Men was assassinated by Illumi, and 9 Orchid Flower grasped the underworld's lifeline. In a single night, the wind and clouds changed, and countless undercurrents surged. But 3 days had passed, and the unprecedented craze for the auction had begun. The small bosses in Yukakseon had no idea that their boss had changed. By the time they came to their senses, it was too late. The auction had officially begun, and all parties had gathered. But the spiders, who had already planned to go all out, couldn't even protect themselves now, so how could they still be in the mood to covet the items in the auction? Uchiha Madara's complete form, Susanoo, told them what the natural chasm between gods and mortals was. Although the spiders were arrogant and cruel, they couldn't hide their strong nature. To put it bluntly, after witnessing Uchiha Madara's true strength, what else could they do? Of course, those who needed to deliver packages would do so, those who needed to go to jail would go to jail, and those who needed to find help would go find help. Otherwise, they would end up being stomped into a pancake by Susanoo. As for whether their captain, who had mysteriously become a dog, was willing to accept it. Guild leader, forget it. Forget it. When we saw your drug-sucking face being made into an emoticon on the headlines, our team's fate had already been decided. Captain, forget it, really forget it. I'm sorry, Captain. I still want to laugh. Vigilante's hands trembled as he held his phone. Even though he knew that the one making a fool of himself was an imposter, the other party was wearing Kirolo's skin. The little emoticon that looked like he had just taken drugs, the animated gif of him being pressed down by the blonde boy and slapping him, the collection of ghastly videos that had been laughed at by netizens for thousands of years, and the flirtatious face that had been used as a FTF battle. Captain, forget it, please forget it. It wasn't that Vigilante didn't want to delete it, but he really didn't have time to delete it since he couldn't finish delivering the packages. Moreover, Kirolo's family had some disputes with the team. Now that you were suddenly in trouble, how could Kirolo not add fuel to the fire? Captain. I'm sorry, I laughed, ha 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 dash. Once again, Vigilante held his phone and laughed until he twitched. Then, the Labrador behind the small motorcycle kicked him off the seat, leaving a plum blossom mark on his face. Ku'ulu'ulu'o was so furious that his dog face was long and drawn. His puffy dog fur stood up, but Vigilante, who was laughing like crazy, seized the opportunity to take a few photos. Captain Zwa is still a dog, let him be arrogant for a few more days. Kirolo was speechless. He deeply realized that the so-called Phantom Squadron, which was established during his second year of middle school, was indeed a gathering place for his dark history. A dog like Vigilante who didn't protect the captain's image should be expelled from the party. Forget it, forget it, forget it. As a dog, he was a dog, just a dog. Finally, amidst Vigilante's maniacal laughter, Kirolo opened his mouth and tore a delivery into pieces. Then, he saw Vigilante's expression collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. No, Captain. Why are you so cruel? Vigilante held the broken delivery, as if he could see the Buddhist spirit that Uchiha Madara had chopped down on his head. Delivery. Don't leave me. Kirolo was speechless. After his telekinesis was sealed, his team members went crazy one by one at the same time. Uchiha Madara and Saishomaru were sitting at the auction site, talking in low voices. In front of them sat the silent Kalapika, who was rolling up his sleeves and getting ready to start the auction, and Chi, who had reunited with his brother after his psychic needle was removed. Even the shovel was in danger. Asking someone to visit Vita's palm pouch. Uchiha Madara said, Saishomaru, are you free in the morning? Saishomaru looked back and remained silent. It meant that the result was still to be determined, and it depended on what you wanted. Uchiha Madara said, help me resurrect a person, and he still owes me a 5-star rating. Saishomaru was speechless. Uchiha Madara paused and added, don't worry, the body is well preserved, and it doesn't stink. Saishomaru was speechless. He didn't quite understand Uchiha Madara's way of thinking, but it didn't stop him from labeling him as unreliable. He didn't expect that the most reliable one was actually. Yijiosa. Saishomaru maintained his cold demeanor and sat upright on the leather chair. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yijiosa had rolled up his sleeves and was madly arguing with a rich businessman. He was determined to bid for the holographic game, Greed Island. As the bidding continued to rise, the price of Greed Island had risen to 50 billion ringgit. Saishomaru and Uchiha Madara were in a difficult position. Although they gave Yijiosa a card, the amount in the card was definitely not so exaggerated. If they didn't have the money to pay for it, Iniko Group's finances could only be in the red. Fortunately, Elumi couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped up and threw a few nails at Yijiosa, nailing him to the seat. Instead of buying a Greed Island with 50 billion ringgit, she might as well spend 25 billion ringgit to hire him to kill people and rob them. That way, both parties could be happy. Yijiosa was spending her money, but what he wanted was his life. You can spend 25 billion ringgit to hire me to kill people and rob them. Elumi spoke her mind honestly. You can also spend 30 billion ringgit to hire me to kidnap Shao Jia, threaten and bribe Kim Fullis, and get him a gaming terminal. Yijiosa. Young man, your thinking is very dangerous. Elumi, don't sell your integrity for money. Yijiosa tried his best to persuade her and pointed at his two frightened brothers. If you don't act righteously, what will happen to your brothers? Elumi tilted her head. As long as the price is reasonable, integrity is not a problem. Yijiosa xg. Aluka. While she was in a daze, the rich businessman bought the Greed Island for 50 billion ringgit. And Chi. Persimmon Silk Oracle. Baoming Miao Yi Shou Meng. Holding V D Zhu Shu. Mi Lai Mao Zongzi Hook Curtain? Big brother, then. Then you're one night. Pfft, what's your ideal price? Chi. Is it just a piece of rice? Any I Jing. Ha. Ding K. Song Yu. Masturbation. Overstep my authority. Take off shovel to have turbulent acridine. Wabir, at least 50 billion, Alumi said without hesitation. Everyone. Young master, forget it, really forget it. When you open your eyes, it's already dark. You really can't daydream anymore. Now that Greed Island had fallen into the hands of the wealthy merchant, Yi Josa also stopped thinking about it. After the auction, they bid farewell to Kalapika, who had bought a pair of fiery red eyes, and planned to go somewhere else after a few days of shopping in Yukaxin. Aizen was tracking Hebrew's whereabouts, Uchiha Madara was building his own intelligence network, Nine Orchid Flower was busy reorganizing the underworld, and Kimimaro was being accepted by the Hunters Association. About 3 or 4 days later, the wealthy merchant who bought the Greed Island actually started recruiting players to clear the holographic game. This made Yi Josa, who had originally stopped thinking about it, feel hopeful again.